Chapter 27-21. Let's find that little bastard first. He can't escape from this divine wasteland heavenlock formation. He dared to injure my third brother, cripple my second brother, and get involved in our plan. No matter what the reason is, I must make him regret coming to this world. Dai Xuanjin said coldly, his face incomparably gloomy. This divine wasteland heavenlock formation is in our hands, and it can block the spying of experts from the outside world. It's a pity that we're not strong enough. Otherwise, if we could activate a greater power, killing those people would be as easy as flipping our palms. The bare-chested man said in a droning voice, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. The group continued their pursuit in the direction where Du Xiaofu had disappeared. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could be said to have encountered unprecedented trouble. Originally, with his speed, if he used the extreme speed of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, it would be easy to shake off the pursuers. However, now that he was in the array, he could only move forward and could not turn back. Du Xiaofu discovered that the array covered a huge circular area, and at the center was the deepest area. If he plunged head first into that area, he would fall into an extremely difficult situation. No matter which direction he went, he would not be able to walk out of that small area. He could only be like a trapped mouse, caught like a turtle in a jar. Therefore, Du Xiaofu could only walk around the center to avoid going too deep into it. As a result, it would be very difficult for him to shake off the pursuers behind him. As long as the other party sent a group of people to guard a certain place, he would be blocked off sooner or later. Du Xiaofu had already tried to use the spatial laws or the lightning laws to break this array, but it was all to no avail. At this moment, he still felt that it was very troublesome. With no other choice, Du Xiaofu released Hijibai, the sixth prince, and the little princess from the ancient, desolate space. "Brother Du!" Hijibai quickly increased his speed and walked side by side with Du Xiaofu. "Thank you for saving me, brother. I, Yu Chengliang, am eternally grateful." The sixth prince and the little princess also cupped their fists towards Du Xiaofu to express their gratitude. "Sixth prince, little princess, you too enter this place first. Do you know what kind of talisman array this is?" Du Xiaofu did not exchange pleasantries with the three and directly asked. Yu Qingliang and Yu Qingyu shook their heads and said, "We don't know what formation this is either, but once we barged in, we were unable to find a way back. We could only continue to head deeper and deeper. Otherwise, the people from Divine General Yuan Ding's mansion, Divine General Xian Huang's mansion, and Divine General Nia Huang's mansion wouldn't have been able to trap us." The two of them were the sixth prince and the little princess of the Yu Qing divine nation, so they were extremely respected. However, they still treated Du Xiaofu very politely. The reason for this was not only because Du Xiaofu had saved them, but also because they had all witnessed the strength of this purple-robed young man. There was no one who wouldn't lower their attitude towards the strong. "Brother Du, could it be that even you didn't discover the mystery behind this and find a way to break it?" Hijibai frowned and asked. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He had already tried, but there was no way that would work. In fact, the anxiety in his heart was no less than that of the three people beside him. He had come to the 33 heavens, but he had already fallen into such a situation before he had even started his adventure. In the outside world, the whereabouts of the tomboy, the little Qilin, and the others were still unknown. He hoped that nothing had happened to them. "Sixth prince, little princess, I wonder what the 4 divine generals' manners are planning by joining forces?" Hijibai turned around and looked behind him. With Du Xiaofu's help, no one was chasing after them, so they were temporarily safe. "We don't know either, but what we can see is that they have been planning this for a long time in secret." The sixth prince smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. After he and his sister entered the origin space, they had acted together. But no one had expected that they would be blocked by Qi Weiqing, Qi Weidun, Zhongsu, Wang Qishuan, and the others. In the end, they had fallen into a large formation. if He Jibai and Du Xiaofu hadn't barged in one after another. With Dai Xuanjin's help, they would have most likely died or been captured. I'm afraid it's not just the 4 divine generals' manners who have joined forces. At this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly said such a sentence. What? He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, and Yu Qingyu were all stunned and looked at him with questioning eyes. Du Xiaofu didn't hide anything and directly told the 3 of them about the situation he had sensed before leaving. The 3 young experts frowned. As for the shirtless man, he naturally didn't escape the prying of the power of his primordial spirit. After a few exchanges, they realized that the current situation was not optimistic. The man that Brother Du mentioned is called Helian Shang, a disciple of divine General Yin He's Mansion. He Jibai let out a long sigh and said with emotion, it was now confirmed that 5 of the 10 divine generals' mansions of the Yu Qing divine kingdom had joined forces with the intention of killing the 6th prince and the little princess in the origin space. Their conspiracy was far more than that. The most important thing now is to find the other royal brothers and sisters, as well as Sister Jixin. Finally, we can determine how many divine generals' mansions have joined forces. Only by knowing our opponents can we make preparations to deal with them. The little princess Yu Qingyu pursed her red lips and said, That's right. The news here must be spread as quickly as possible. Not only have the divine generals' mansions joined forces, but there are also many other forces involved. Their conspiracy must not be allowed to succeed. Yu Chengliang also clenched his fist and said with incomparable seriousness, if what happened in the origin space was only the first step of the divine generals' mansion's plan, then they must have more to do next. If they could meet up with the other princes and princesses and join forces with the divine General Zihong's mansion, they would have a chance to fight. In addition, if they could leave the origin space in advance and let the upper echelons of the Yu Qing divine kingdom know about this, then the result would definitely be different. Let's think of a way to break the array here first. Du Xiaofu spread his hands helplessly. He did not want to get involved in the muddy waters of the Yu Qing divine kingdom. However, now that he was involved, he was like a grasshopper on a rope with the 3 young people beside him. Only by advancing and retreating together would they have a better way out. He felt that something must have happened in the Yu Qing divine kingdom. Otherwise, why would the divine generals' mansions suddenly carry out such a rebellious act? It did not make sense. However, he did not say this conjecture out loud. Just by looking at He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, and Yu Qingyu's expressions, one could tell that they did not understand the situation and were all very confused. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else as he quickly led the 3 of them forward. With his speed, he did not have to worry about the people from the divine generals' mansions catching up with them. However, if they were to go around in circles together, it would not solve the problem. Come in. Du Xiaofu opened the origin space again and encircled the 3 of them. He then followed them in. Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingyu, and He Jibai had already seen the situation here, but they were still very shocked when they came in for the second time. Brother Du, what is this place? Why do I feel that it is very different from a normal origin space? He Jibai looked around and asked in surprise. The 6th prince, the little princess, and many of their subordinates who had been in this space were staring motionlessly at the flaming skeleton sitting not far away. Everyone had a look of fear in their eyes. It's very safe here. Let's hide here for a while before we find a way to break through the formation outside. With my strength, even if Dai Xuanjin and Helian Shang join forces, they may not be able to protect you all, Du Xiaofu said. Then he no longer cared about them and directly sealed the exit of the origin space, turning it into an independent space. He thought for a moment and explained to He Jibai and the others. Time passes much faster here than in the outside world. Make the best use of your time to cultivate and improve your strength. Even if we can't break the talisman formation outside, we'll still have the strength to fight with them when we get out. After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the dozens of people were all shocked. They had seen origin space before, but the power of space and time were mixed together to form an independent world. This kind of method was very difficult for ordinary people to see. They did not know if this purple-robed young man really came from a small world, like he said. This was really something that was hard to imagine. Du Xiaofu didn't care about their shocked expressions. Minding his own business, he flew into the ancient, desolate space and rushed to a corner. There a ball of light was flickering, enveloping a human figure that emitted a mysterious aura. "Are you really the principal of Tianwu Academy? Why haven't you woken up after so long?" Du Xiaofu looked at the glowing human figure. The figure's face was completely covered by the flowing light, making it impossible to see clearly. Vaguely, he could tell that the figure belonged to a man from the sturdy figure. Back in the divine martial world, Du Xiaofu, the demon god, and the others had entered a space without any suppression, and their cultivation had increased tremendously. After the space shattered, the person enveloped in light appeared. Clearly, his existence had an inseparable relationship with that space. However, even after so long, Du Xiaofu still did not see the person waking up. Even now, he still didn't know if the other party was the principal of Tianwu Academy. Back then, after the calamity of the devil religion, Du Xiaofu tried to awaken the other party after he reconstructed his body and soul, but to no avail. He could only allow the other party to lie in the origin space and observe the changes in the future. The founder of Tianwu Academy left behind this origin space. If that's the case, you shouldn't be a native of the divine martial world. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he tried to guess some things. The means of the creator of this origin space could definitely be described as heaven-defying. Du Xiaofu had already reached the pinnacle of the seizing divinity realm and was only a step away from the severing truth realm. However, he didn't have the means to create something similar to the origin space. Thus, his guess wasn't without reason. It was very likely that the principal of Tianwu Academy came from the 33 skies. Brat, are you in trouble? Just as Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Old man, why are you gloating over my misfortune?" Du Xiaofu glared at the other party and scolded back. Soon after, he soared into the air and flew to the flaming skeleton's side, glaring fiercely at it. Du Xiaofu wasn't the least bit courteous to this fellow. "Impudent brat, are you looking for a beating?" The flaming skeleton looked at Du Xiaofu with its empty eye sockets. Its jaw opened and closed, and the sound of wind could be heard coming from its mouth. It seemed to be angry. At this moment, the aura of the flaming skeleton was much better than before, but it was still very weak. The battle with the blood-flame divine lotus in the lava space had consumed too much of its energy. It was hard for it to recover in a short period of time. "Beat me up?" This time, it was Du Xiaofu who started to laugh instead. A wide smile hung on his face. He walked step by step toward the flaming skeleton and sneered. "Old man, why don't you take a look at whose territory this is? Even if I tell you, this is my desolate ancient space. In here, all laws and order are dictated by me. No matter who comes in, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up, and if you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Under such circumstances, you still dare to threaten me?" As Du Xiaofu spoke, he raised his leg and kicked the flaming skeletons, but causing it to stagger. "Damn!" The flaming skeleton cursed. It was like a rolling gourd, rolling on the ground a few times. It was indescribably wretched. At this moment, its heart was on the verge of collapse. When Du Xiaofu kicked out, he clearly felt that there was a strange power that completely restrained his body, making him unable to move at all. It was as if the laws and order here could be used by the purple-robed youth to deal with it. Thinking about it, it was a powerhouse that had made its name countless years ago. Yet today, it had been kicked in the butt by a little fellow. It had lost all its face. Fortunately, the flaming skeleton no longer had any flesh or blood. Otherwise, its face would have turned purple, and its expression would have been very interesting. Stinking brat, you really attacked. The flaming skeleton got up and stood in front of Du Xiaofu. It looked at him cautiously, afraid that the other party would kick it again. Old man, hand over the blood flame divine lotus's main body. Du Xiaofu didn't move as he stared straight at the flaming skeleton. In your dreams. The flaming skeleton spat and wanted nothing more than to jump up and slap this brat to death. This old man helped you refine the blood flame divine lotus true spirit. But not only are you not grateful, you even have designs on me. Do you even have a shred of conscience? The flaming skeleton was incomparably angry. This brat had gone too far. If it weren't for its help back then, let alone refining the blood flame divine lotus true spirit, this brat wouldn't even have been able to keep his life. Now, this brat was relying on the fact that they were in its territory and wanted to seize the blood flame divine lotus true body. The flames on the skulls had burned even more vigorously, burning brightly. Wisps of green smoke kept coming out of its nostrils. Don't give me that useless crap. If you're not convinced, I don't mind taking it myself. At that time, I won't be so polite. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at the flaming skeleton and stepped forward again. Step by step, he walked towards the flaming skeleton. The flaming skeleton was so frightened that it hurriedly retreated, pulling away from Du Xiaofu. However, in this desolate space, everything was under Du Xiaofu's control. With its heavily injured body, how could it escape his pursuit? Wait! Seeing Du Xiaofu get closer and closer, the flaming skeleton immediately shouted and hurriedly said, "Brat, if you acknowledge me as your master, I can teach you a lot of skills. In terms of the laws of space and the laws of fire, my grasp of them is deeper than yours. Acknowledge me as your master, and this old man will pass down everything I've learned in my life to you. Let's not talk about these useless things. I'm not afraid to tell you one more thing. With my methods, it's not difficult to obtain all of your memories. At that time, I'll be able to read all of your comprehensions. Wouldn't it be much more useful than you teaching me?" Du Xiaofu sneered. He didn't believe the temptation of the flaming skeleton, and he still pressed forward step by step, causing the flaming skeleton to ceaselessly retreat. In next to no time, the flaming skeleton had retreated to the end of the primordial space. "Brat, you!" The flaming skeleton was speechless. It was so angry that the roots of its teeth itched, but it was powerless to refute him. "You what? Hand it over obediently, or else you'll have to suffer physical pain." "Oh, right, you don't even have a physical body now." Du Xiaofu walked forward. With a light wave of his hand, a purple gold palm of light appeared and grabbed at the flaming skeleton with the intention of grabbing it. However, just as the palm of light descended, Du Xiaofu let out a soft cry of surprise. He felt as if his palm of light had suddenly fallen into a quagmire, and it directly stopped in front of the flaming skeleton. It was unable to advance any further and was firmly confined there. This scene caused Du Xiaofu's brows to raise abruptly. "Brat, let's talk some more. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. As long as this old man is able to do it, I definitely won't refuse you. However, I really can't give you the main body of the blood-fire divine lotus. Otherwise, with this old man's current state, I'll directly lose my life." The flaming skeleton was truly anxious this time. It spoke loudly again, wanting to do its best to dispel Du Xiaofu's idea of seizing the main body of the blood-fire divine lotus. In this space, it really couldn't do anything to this damned brat. Chapter 27-22. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. the Flaming Skeleton, had spent tens of thousands of years in that lava space and only managed to refine the main body of the blood-fire divine lotus. After fighting with the blood-fire divine lotus true spirit for so long, it had long been exhausted to the extreme. If it handed over the main body of the blood-fire divine lotus at this time, its old life really would not be able to continue. At this critical juncture of life and death, it had to do its best to persuade him. Look at how scared you are, old thing." As the flaming skeleton's empty eyes stared at Du Xiaofu, seemingly containing an indescribable eagerness, Du Xiaofu suddenly waved the palm of light away and curled the corners of his lips, saying, "That's right." Hearing this, the flaming skeleton froze on the spot. It was neither rejoicing nor cursing. At this moment, it really only wanted to recover its peak strength and smack this damned brat's ass into pieces. It had been many years since it had made a name for itself, but it seemed that no one had ever dared to make fun of it like this. "Brat, what do you want?" The flaming skeleton used its non-existent eyes to glare viciously at Du Xiaofu as it spoke through clenched teeth. "If I wanted to kill you, these old bones of yours would have died long ago. How would you have had the chance to last until now?" Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes as he spoke slowly, like a benevolent bodhisattva, showing great kindness to the flaming skeleton. "Brat, do you think this old man is so easy to fool? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't try to coax this old man like I'm a child." What kind of person was the flaming skeleton? He was an expert of the older generation who had experienced the baptism of countless years. His knowledge and experience were countless times broader than Du Xiaofu's. How could he be so easily coaxed? At this point, it was simply impossible for him to believe that this brat would be so kind. This was definitely a cunning little fox. Even if he pulled out a single eyelash, it would all be empty. Don't be fooled by what he said. In reality, he was definitely hatching some sort of scheme. Who knew how many evil tricks were churning in his stomach? At this thought, the flaming skeleton became even more cautious. It stared motionlessly at Du Xiaofu, wanting to see what he would say next. "Senior," Du Xiaofu chuckled, shook his robe, and walked towards the flaming skeleton. Most importantly, he had changed the way he addressed him from old man and old thing to senior. However, it was these two words that couldn't be any more ordinary that made the flaming skeleton's hair stand on end. "This space is called the Desolate Ancient Space and is under my control. I don't dare to say that it's too exaggerated, but here, even if an immortal realm expert comes, he won't be able to escape from my grasp. He can only be trampled on by me." Du Xiaofu smiled strangely and said to the flaming skeleton slowly, "But senior, what technique did you use just now? It actually affected my control over space. Even though I didn't use my full strength, it still doesn't make sense." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished his words, the flaming skeleton instantly understood that this brat's original attitude had a 180-degree change. So this was what he wanted to know. "Stinking brat, I've finally caught your weakness." The flaming skeleton immediately felt extremely carefree. It could not help but think proudly that this extraordinary little fellow was also attracted by its unfathomable technique. However, it did not directly say that out loud. Instead, it said, "Brat, I've already said that as long as you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, not to mention that little technique just now, I can even impart everything I've learned in my life to." He had long seen that this purple-robed young man was extraordinary. Although he was a little cunning, his talent was really outstanding. It would be a good result if he could take him under his wing. However, before the flaming skeleton could finish speaking, Du Xiaofu's face changed again. "Stop!" Du Xiaofu waved his hand and directly cut off the flaming skeleton's last words. He said, "Don't say such useless things. It's not that easy to make me acknowledge you as my master." The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth twitched as he said unhurriedly, "What if you're just for show, and it won't be long before your cultivation is surpassed by mine? Then, what's the use of having such a master? In addition, I don't know anything about you. If you're an evil person who's hated by everyone in the 33 realms, then when I become your disciple, wouldn't there be people chasing after me every day to kill me? I'm still young, and I don't want to live that kind of life." Du Xiaofu spoke very seriously, but as the flaming skeleton listened, green smoke unconsciously came out of its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It looked like an incense burner. What did he mean by a good-for-nothing? What did he mean by a great villain? At this moment, the flaming skeleton really wanted to strangle Du Xiaofu to death. This treacherous young man in front of it was really, really too outrageous. You can do whatever you want. This old man won't teach you anymore. Even if I die, I won't take you in as my disciple. The flaming skeleton's stubborn temper flared up, and it roared hatefully. Then, it suddenly turned its head, leaving Du Xiaofu with the back of its head covered in flames. As it spoke, wisps of smoke floated out of its 7 orifices, enshrouding the void. Hey, Senior. We can talk about the conditions. Seeing that the other party was quite angry, Du Xiaofu laughed even more happily. He eagerly rushed forward and turned to the front of the flaming skeleton. In fact, when he saw the flaming skeleton's methods in the lava space, Du Xiaofu had already started to be very interested in this old fellow, and the light palm he threw out just now seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, which made Du Xiaofu feel that was very mysterious. He also wanted to take a look at this kind of usage of spatial laws. However, if he were to acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher just like that, he would not allow others to take advantage of him for nothing. In any case, this flaming skeleton was in the ancient, desolate space, so he wasn't afraid of it escaping. However, Du Xiaofu really didn't want to kill this old fellow. Firstly, he wanted to obtain the other party's comprehension of the various laws. Secondly, there really wasn't any enmity between the two of them that couldn't be resolved. Thirdly, although Du Xiaofu had the spirit-searching technique, it probably wouldn't have much of an effect on this powerhouse whose cultivation he didn't know. If the spirit-searching technique didn't succeed, then the losses would be great. We have nothing to talk about. If you want to obtain comprehension of laws for me, then from now on, give up. The flaming skeleton was clearly angered to the extreme. It no longer wanted to pay attention to Du Xiaofu and turned its head away, not meeting his eyes. Senior, look at your current appearance. You should also need to reconstruct your body. Junior is more than happy to help and help you find the precious medicines you need. I only hope that one day, Senior's mortal body can shine with vitality and restore your former cultivation so that you can stand at the peak of the 33 heavens once more. In exchange, you only need to tell me some of your comprehensions. Junior has always been a man of his word and never deceives old or young. And for Senior, this is a transaction that will only benefit you, so why not? Du Xiaofu's tongue was as bright as a lotus flower. His words were extravagant, his spittle flying everywhere. Even the flaming skeleton was moved by his words. The flaming skeleton fixed its eyes on him, not speaking for a long time. After a long time, it squeezed out a single word, "Shameless!" The skeletal old man stretched out a withered hand and rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. How did he end up encountering such a fellow? This was simply too infuriating. He turned around and left, and he headed towards a corner of the desolate dimension. He didn't want to continue being entangled with this shameless kid, so he ran as far away as he could. However, it was impossible for Du Xiaofu to let him off just like that. He called out, "Senior, Senior." After that, he chased after the skeletal old man once more and started persuading him with all his might. Not too far away, He Jibai, Yu Changliang, Yu Qingyu, and the others witnessed all of this, and all of them had dumbstruck expressions on their faces. They'd noticed the existence of the flaming skeleton when they first entered this space. However, these people weren't weak, so they were naturally able to sense the terrifying aura that was naturally emanated from the flaming skeleton. They didn't dare go forward and offend the flaming skeleton, and they just watched silently from the side for a while. All of them heaved sighs of relief when they saw the flaming skeleton paid no attention to them. After that, after Du Xiaofu entered the desolate dimension with them, he launched a fierce pursuit towards the flaming skeleton. Moreover, there were extremely deep tricks hidden at every corner of the desolate dimension, and it caused all the young experts to widen their horizons. All of them had witnessed how Du Xiaofu was an absolute top existence in the younger generation, and he was much more formidable than all of them. However, at this moment, when they saw such a shameless scene, all of them couldn't help but sigh with emotion in their hearts. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Hijibai opened his mouth with the intention of saying something, but in the end he swallowed all his words. After that, he exchanged glances with Yu Chengliang and Yu Qingyu before falling into silence, and then all of them sat cross-legged on the ground and started cultivating. During the fierce battle from before, all of them had suffered some injuries, and the vital energy within their bodies had been exhausted quite a bit. At this moment, they'd temporarily escaped the joint assault of the Divine General's estate, and they just needed to recover properly. In next to no time, the desolate dimension became slightly quiet, and only Du Xiaofu's voice resounded incessantly from nearby as he continued arguing with the flaming skeleton. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Outside the desolate dimension, a large area of the surrounding area was enveloped by an enormous formation. This formation was called the Divine Desolate Heavenlock Formation. At this moment, the members of the Divine General's estate, 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 and the Divine General's estate were intensely searching for traces of Du Xiaofu. However, to their disappointment, even after so much time had passed, they still hadn't seen the figure of the purple-robed young man. It was as if he had vanished from this space, leaving no trace behind. Why did that little bastard suddenly disappear without a trace? This doesn't make sense, Dai Xuanjin said somewhat irritably. Behind him was his third brother, Dai Xuanzi, the Divine General's estate's Zhong Su, and the Divine General's estate's Wang Qishuan, as well as a few other subordinates. Young Master Dai, we've already searched for so long. Could that kid have already escaped the range of the Divine Desolate Heavenlock Formation? Zhong Su also seemed somewhat impatient as he asked anxiously. Impossible. This Divine Desolate Heavenlock Formation can isolate the detection of an immortal realm expert. If it was set up by that kind of expert, it can even trap an immortal realm expert. No matter how strong that kid is, he's just a seizing god realm expert. How could he escape so easily? Dai Xuanjin said. But 2 days have already passed. We've already searched many places, but we still haven't seen a trace of that kid. This is too strange. Wang Qishuan also said with disbelief. Everyone present understood the power of the Divine Desolate Heavenlock Formation. Therefore, they felt somewhat depressed that Du Xiaofu had been able to escape from their pursuit for so long. No one knew where the problem was. Inform Helian Shang to search further. Keep searching towards the depths of the formation. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find that damn kid. Dai Xuanjin clenched his fist and suddenly smashed it in the void. Immediately, a huge black hole appeared. Understood. Behind him, some of his subordinates immediately left the team and left. Young Master Dai, when that kid escaped, he once put Hijibai and the others into a space. At this time, could they be hiding inside? If he doesn't show up, could it be that we're just going to wait like this? Zhong Su raised his eyebrows and said so. That kid's spatial treasure has some skill. Although I didn't observe it carefully, I can see that it's extraordinary. So your guess is not without reason. Dai Xuanjin said, paused for a moment, and continued, but it doesn't matter. They can't hide altogether. There will be a day when they come out. I don't believe that those people have such good patience and are willing to hide forever. But we can't afford to wait. If that kind of situation happens and the Divine Desolate Heavenlock Formation is placed here, the subsequent arrangements can't be carried out. Wang Qishuan said with some worry. There's no better way. We really can't afford to wait for too long. If they really don't come out, we can only give up on this place first. There are still many opportunities in the origin space. Let's try to find more and break through to the true severing realm as soon as possible. At that time, if we can have several true severing experts join forces, we can unleash the attack power of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation. It will be much easier to deal with those people. Dai Xuanjin thought for a moment and said so. In fact, he had advocated waiting for the situation in the origin space to stabilize and for someone on his side to reach the true severing realm before taking action. However, he was rejected. Thinking about it now, Dai Xuanjin had an indescribable vexation. He originally thought that the sixth prince and the little princess should be very easy to deal with. But who would have thought that in the end, they would still escape and he couldn't find their whereabouts? However, at this point, no one was able to change anything. They could only take one step at a time. If they really couldn't do it, it was better to look at the big picture and not waste too much time here. Send everyone out and search inch by inch. Don't let go of any place. If you find traces of the purple-robed youth and the others, inform the others immediately. Dai Xuanjin gave the final order and then led the group of people to continue searching the area of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation. While hundreds of people were searching the area within a radius of less than 1,000 miles, the ancient desolate space was filled with a peaceful scene. Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingyu, He Jibai, and dozens of others were wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation as they sat cross-legged. Du Xiaofu and the flaming skeleton were also sitting opposite each other, discussing some matters. After several days of coaxing and pestering by Du Xiaofu, the flaming skeleton was annoyed beyond endurance. In the end, it could only bitterly and helplessly choose to compromise. It agreed to Du Xiaofu's suggestion. The two finally sat down quietly and began to discuss each other's requests. Senior, come, come, come. This is a sacred fruit that I brought from the outside world. It's fragrant and sweet and melts in your mouth. It's also quite beneficial to your cultivation. Try it and see. Du Xiaofu was very attentive. He took out a red fruit from his cosmos bag and handed it to the flaming skeleton. This red fruit, if placed in the divine martial world, was a rare sacred medicine. It had extraordinary medicinal properties and could cause people to fight over it. But when such a fruit was placed in front of the flaming skeleton, it instantly made him feel like he was about to collapse. Brett, are you trying to piss me off? I realize that you really are the bane of this old man's life. You're here to bring me down. The flaming skeleton finally calmed down and sat down, but it began to explode again. He could tell at a glance that the red fruit was extraordinary, but it was far from enough to catch the attention of a powerhouse like him. At most, he could only chew on it like a fruit. But most importantly, how was he supposed to eat it in his current state? This brat even said that it was fragrant and sweet and melted in his mouth. Did he dare say that he wasn't trying to stir up trouble? Du Xiaofu smiled awkwardly and put the sacred fruit away. He scratched the back of his head and said, Senior, if you want to recover, what kind of precious medicine do you need? He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. It wasn't easy to get this old man to sit down and have a serious discussion with him. Du Xiaofu didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward again. This old man's biggest problem right now isn't that my body is damaged, but that my cultivation won't be able to recover in a short period of time. So, if I can find a place rich in spirit energy or medicine that contains a lot of spirit energy, I can slowly recover my strength. As long as I recover my strength, the problem with my body won't be a problem anymore. The flaming skeleton spoke to Du Xiaofu. I don't think it's that simple. All heavenly treasures usually have their own attributes. If it clashed with the attribute of your cultivation method, it might have the opposite effect. And although a place rich in spirit energy is good, it's not that easy to find. Du Xiaofu smacked his lips, feeling like he promised too much. Chapter 27-23. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't in a hurry. So long as he could obtain the benefits he wanted from the old man, it was only natural for him to put in some effort. Everything was only a matter of time, and he would eventually find the precious medicine he needed. All right, there's no point in talking about this for now. Everything will depend on fate. Since I've promised you, I'm absolutely not afraid of you going back on your word. Now, if you have anything you want to know, then ask." The flaming skeleton looked at Du Xiaofu's expression and spoke as such. At this moment, he was beginning to be sure that although this little fellow looked extremely unruly on the surface, he wasn't someone who would go back on his word. Moreover, if he was in such a state and couldn't move about in the outside world, he would really need his help. Junior Du Xiaofu comes from a minor world. I still don't know Senior's name. Du Xiaofu introduced himself and asked, "You come from a minor world?" This time, the skeletal old man was very surprised. This fellow actually came from a minor world? Then his talent was truly heaven-defying. However, the old man didn't hesitate and directly said to Du Xiaofu, "As for my name, you don't need to know it for now. Just call me Elder Kong in the future." Du Xiaofu nodded, but before he could speak, he heard the skeletal old man continue asking, "Kid, let me ask you, are those little fellows over there from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom's imperial family?" He stretched out a withered claw and pointed at Yu Chengliang and Yu Qingyu in the crowd. Obviously, Elder Kong had listened to the conversations of those people earlier. Senior knows them. Du Xiaofu raised his brows, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, Elder Kong had stayed in the origin space for tens of thousands of years, and the origin space belonged to the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. So, it wasn't strange that Elder Kong knew about the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom and even knew some people in the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. "I don't know these little fellows. When I fought with the Blood Flame Divine Lotus and was trapped here, their father shouldn't have been born yet." Elder Kong shook his fleshless head as he spoke. Then his empty eyes stared fixedly at the brother and sister as he smacked his lips and said, "The aptitudes of these little fellows are not bad. That old fellow is a good-for-nothing, but his descendants are much better than him." Elder Kong smacked his lips as he spoke, and he seemed to have recalled some old friends. "Elder Kong, who's that old fellow you're talking about?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. "That old man is naturally the ancestor of those two little fellows." Elder Kong glanced at Du Xiaofu as he spoke indifferently. "The ancestors of the sixth prince and the little princess." Du Xiaofu widened his eyes in disbelief. He had already heard from He Jibai how powerful the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was. It was an absolute colossus. A divine kingdom was countless times more powerful than Du Xiaofu's own desolate country in the divine martial world. The ancestor of Yu Chengliang and Yu Qingyu was naturally the ancestor of the divine emperor of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. How powerful was his cultivation! Du Xiaofu felt his breathing quicken as he stared blankly at the flaming skeleton. It seemed that this fellow in front of him was also an extremely powerful and abnormal person. He actually called the ancestor of a divine kingdom an old fellow. His background was definitely huge. What's with that look? Elder Kong seemed to roll his eyes at Du Xiaofu as he sneered, and felt disdain for Du Xiaofu's expression. "That old fellow is absolutely not as strong as you imagine. His aptitude is really too stupid. His cultivation is completely dependent on treasures. It's just for show. In terms of comprehension of the power of law, he's simply trash." He thought for a long time before he could find a suitable word to describe it. No matter how stupid he is, his strength shouldn't be too bad, right? Du Xiaofu was still lamenting. He could imagine that with the support of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, even a person with average aptitude would definitely be able to reach an extraordinary level. Most importantly, Elder Kong judged the other party based on his own strength. Naturally, he was biased. A cultivation that was piled up with countless treasures might be weak in battle, but that was only relative. To Du Xiaofu, it was still in existence that he had to look up to. However, this old man also doesn't understand. Even if that old fellow has the support of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom and can provide countless treasures for his cultivation, it definitely shouldn't be to that extent. Moreover, where did he get so many treasures? Every time I see him eating treasures that are hard to find in the 33 heavens like fruits, this old man's heart aches. Elder Kong clutched his chest with his withered claw and put on a pained expression. Even Du Xiaofu began to imagine the scene of the old ancestor of the Yu Qing divine kingdom munching on the elixirs as if they were fruits. Regardless of which expert saw this, it was likely that they would reveal the same emotions as Elder Kong. Elder Kong, Du Xiaofu shouted and called the skeletal old man back from his daze. Forget it. Let's not talk about that old fellow. Elder Kong waved his hand, and then he stared at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Stinking kid, you've probably encountered some sort of trouble since you're hiding here, right?" Yes. Du Xiaofu didn't deny it because there was nothing to conceal. Immediately, he told Elder Kong about the situation he was in, including the joint forces of the Divine General's estates to kill Yu Chengliang and Yu Qingyu, and the formation that trapped them. He told Elder Kong everything, no matter how big or small. After that, Du Xiaofu stared closely at Elder Kong's empty eye sockets, wanting to hear if he had a way to break the formation. Based on what you've said, the formation outside should be the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation without a doubt. Elder Kong thought for a moment and said, "Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation." Du Xiaofu frowned and said the name. He came from the divine martial world and entered the origin space as soon as he entered the 33 heavens. He didn't come into contact with anything else, so he didn't know anything about the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation. That's right. The Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation is an ancient formation with great power. It's said that in ancient times, a peerless expert used this formation to envelop the 33 heavens, trapping countless demons and driving them to a corner to kill them. The most special thing about this formation is that it can trap the enemy in a corner, making it difficult for them to escape and only be able to fight like a cornered beast. In addition, the goal of that ancient expert was to prevent the Great War from causing the entire 33 heavens to be plunged into misery and suffering, or even to destroy the Great World. That was why he set up. Elder Kong explained to Du Xiaofu, an ancient grand formation enveloping the 33 heavens, trapping and killing the demons. Du Xiaofu's heart immediately rose and fell. Just by imagining it, one could imagine what a grand scene it would be. The Yu Qing Divine Kingdom had nearly 1,000,000 young experts above the void return stage, so one could imagine how vast it was. And in the supreme Changrong heaven, there were the 36 holy lands and 72 divine kingdoms. The Yu Divine Kingdom couldn't be considered too strong among them. In addition, there were countless large and small forces. From this, one could infer how vast the entire supreme Changrong heaven was. And a divine wilderness heavenlock formation from ancient times was actually able to envelop the entire 33 heavens. How terrifying was that scene! In addition, how powerful was the expert who set up the divine wilderness heavenlock formation? How domineering was he? The divine wilderness heavenlock formation is so powerful. I'm afraid that the things in the hands of the divine general's estates, outside, should be incomplete, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to survive until now. Du Xiaofu sighed. He only needed to make a slight guess to know that the divine wilderness heavenlock formation outside was absolutely not a complete thing. Otherwise, the few of them would have died a long time ago without even leaving a trace behind. One had to know that in ancient times it was a grand formation that had trapped and killed countless demons. How could it be something that a few young experts like them could contend against? You're right. If we really talk about it, the grand formation outside can't be considered the divine wilderness heavenlock formation at all. At most, it's a replica. It doesn't even possess 1/1,000,000th of the might of the true grand formation. This old man also doesn't understand why some people are so shameless. They actually use the name of that ancient great array directly. Elder Kong snorted disdainfully towards the divine wilderness heavenlock formation of the divine general's estates, and he continued. However, when placed in this origin space, It's not bad to deal with a group of young experts. But I think that with the cultivation of those people at the seizing God realm, they should only be able to display the formation's most basic trap ability. It doesn't possess any offensive ability at all. Indeed, after we entered, we were forever unable to find the way back. We could only continuously go deeper and be trapped within, and we didn't suffer any attacks. Du Xiaofu nodded as he spoke. Hee. Elder Kong suddenly chuckled and said, even the power of trap is far from being able to compare to the ancient times. The divine wilderness heaven-lock formation of the past directly drove countless devils into the centermost position, and no one was able to resist it. But now, if some of the people from the divine general's estates are able to break through to the true severing realm, then they would be barely able to display the ability of annihilation. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for all of you to easily escape. When he heard what Elder Kong said, Du Xiaofu's heart couldn't help but thump. Looks like even though the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation outside was only an extremely trashy replica, it absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Once Dai Xuanjin, Helian Shang, and the others broke through to the true severing realm, they would possess even more strength to control the grand formation. At that time, it would be too troublesome for him to deal with them. How did the divine general's estates in the Yu Qing divine kingdom obtain such a grand formation? Elder Kong stroked his bald chin as he muttered to himself. Even though the divine wilderness heaven-lock formation outside was far inferior to the one from the ancient times, it was absolutely an unimaginably terrifying grand formation. In his knowledge, it was truly unreasonable for the divine general's estates to possess such a grand formation. Elder Kong, let's think of a way to escape now. We're truly too passive if we continue to be trapped here. Du Xiaofu stared at the skeletal old man as he spoke. If I was at my peak, dealing with this tiny replica wouldn't be difficult. But now, the strength I'm able to exert is even inferior to you, so I'm powerless to do anything about it. Elder Kong suddenly raised his head and sighed with emotion. Elder Kong, could it be that there's no way at all? Du Xiaofu frowned. He didn't want to hide in the ancient, desolate space forever. There were still countless fortuitous encounters in the ancient, desolate space, and he still wanted to properly search for them to increase his strength. Besides that, he also intended to think of a way to leave early and go out to investigate the whereabouts of the tomboy, Starry Star, and the others. It's not that there's no way. Elder Kong smacked his lips and said, but all of this will depend on your ability. Du Xiaofu was somewhat speechless. If he could solve it himself, why would he need to ask for help? He had already tried it a long time ago. Whether it was spatial law methods or lightning law methods, they were all useless against the divine, desolate heaven-lock formation outside. Not only that, even the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit, which had always been successful, was of no use. Otherwise, he would have tried to escape long ago. In fact, Du Xiaofu had also thought of going alone to meet the people from the divine general's estates. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat them, it would be extremely easy for him to escape. But inside the array formation, his hands and feet would be tied. Once he was injured or in an unexpected situation, he would be even more passive. He wouldn't even have a place to escape and could only fight like a trapped beast. Stinking brat, think about it yourself. As long as it's an array formation, it's nothing more than a trapping array, a killing array, and an illusion array. Elder Kong gazed at Du Xiaofu and said, even though my attainments in the Tao formations are ordinary, I'm still aware of this. As for the divine desolate heaven-lock formation, it's a combination of 3, and its power is extraordinarily great. However, the array formation outside currently only has the effect of a trapping array. The so-called trapping array is nothing more than using the power of spatial law to affect space and form a domain of its own. It has its own rules and order, and if one is trapped within, one must abide by the laws here. As he spoke, he slowed down and continued, just like this desolate, ancient space of yours. Everything is within your control. In terms of profoundness, it's countless times more profound than the array formation outside. So, what do I have to do to break the array formation outside and escape the restrictions of space? Du Xiaofu seemed to have comprehended something. He seemed to have grasped a crucial point, but he felt that it was somewhat vague and couldn't help but ask. So, as long as you can comprehend your own spatial domain and pluck yourself out of the divine, desolate heavenlock formation's envelopment, you can easily escape. Elder Kong looked closely at Du Xiaofu and said such a sentence. Comprehend your own domain and pluck yourself out of the divine, desolate heavenlock formation's envelopment. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but frown as he started to ponder these words. He knew that Elder Kong's attainments in the spatial laws were countless times greater than his own. Elder Kong's words absolutely had a deep meaning within it, but if he wanted to truly grasp it, then he needed to comprehend it even more deeply. "Kid, hit me again!" Elder Kong suddenly shouted out and indicated that Du Xiaofu should make a move against him. All right. Du Xiaofu knew that the critical moment had arrived. Elder Kong wanted to demonstrate to him exactly what sort of realm pluck was. He didn't even think before abruptly swinging out his fist, and it blasted towards the flaming skeleton before him. Du Xiaofu's fist fluctuated with a violet gold glow that was extremely dazzling, and it at least carried 50% of his strength as it smashed directly towards the skeleton old man. The space within the desolate dimension started to fluctuate, and the sound of faintly cracking resounded out. When such a punch directly smashed before Elder Kong, it was like an old sow that had fallen into a quagmire, and its boundless strength was ceaselessly reduced. In next to no time, it had lost more than half of its strength. Du Xiaofu was greatly shocked in his heart. He'd already experienced such a situation once before, and it was precisely when he'd forced Elder Kong to chase after the main body of the blood-flame divine lotus. So the palm of light he swung out was unable to truly injure Elder Kong. Whoosh! In the end, when Du Xiaofu's fist came into contact with Elder Kong, the force behind it had already completely vanished into nothingness. On the other hand, the flaming skeleton still stood on the spot without moving. "Kid, did you see it clearly?" Elder Kong's empty eyes looked at Du Xiaofu as he asked. This is another method of utilizing the spatial laws. It's actually so miraculous. Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Kong as he spoke while staring blankly. After all, this was the desolate dimension. Everything was within his control, and all the laws and order were under his control. It was under such circumstances that Elder Kong was still able to achieve such an extent, and it couldn't help but cause Du Xiaofu to go pale with fright. This is the spatial domain. If you're able to fully comprehend the true essence within it, then not only will you be able to rely on it to escape the restraints of the formation outside, you'll even be able to take a step forward in your attainments in the spatial laws. Elder Kong faced Du Xiaofu as he spoke like this. Spatial domain, from a domain that belongs to you, and pull yourself out from the space of the outside world. Du Xiaofu lowered his head and thought to himself. According to the ability Elder Kong had displayed earlier, he was able to sense that Elder Kong had clearly temporarily escaped the effects of the order within the desolate dimension. It could be said that if Elder Kong's strength was sufficient, then this space might not be able to trap him. Whereas if it was outside, then even though the divine desolate world-lock formation was extraordinary, if one was able to form a unique domain and escape the restraints of the formation, then escaping would be an extremely easy matter. Spatial domain. How can I form my own spatial domain? Du Xiaofu's brows knit together tightly, and he started to ponder. Elder Kong didn't disturb Du Xiaofu when he saw this, and he only allowed Du Xiaofu to fall into comprehension. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This kid is extremely formidable. I've actually only demonstrated it once, and coupled with the one time I used it earlier, it's a total of 2 times, yet it allowed Chen Shi to be enlightened and start to enter into his own comprehension. Did such a genius really come from a small world? This is truly slightly unbelievable. Chapter 27-24. Time silently flowed by. Within the desolate ancient space, Hijibai, Yu Changliang, Yu Qingyu, and the others were still endlessly breathing. This place had the effect of accelerating time, and it was much more efficient than cultivating in the outside world. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu was similarly immersed in extreme comprehension. Spatial domain mold one's own space from a domain of one's own and surpass the shackles and restraints of the outside world. Du Xiaofu lightly closed his eyes as he ceaselessly evolved the changes of the laws in his mind. Within his mud-pill palace, the brand of the laws was glowing, and a portion of the markings ceaselessly flickered with radiance. Du Xiaofu himself had grasped a portion of the spatial laws. So when Elder Kong demonstrated the spatial domain, he was clearly able to sense waves of strange fluctuations emanating from Elder Kong's body. Strands of strange ripples drifted out from the skeleton that had lost its flesh and blood, and it emitted a strange and indescribable energy that caused the surrounding space to be affected. Strands of miraculous traces of the laws were evolving, arranging and combining to transform into unfathomable energy of the laws. But these traces were extremely difficult to grasp. Even though Du Xiaofu was able to sense its existence, he still needed to ceaselessly fumble about the specific changes. If I utilize what I've grasped and compare it with the method Elder Kong executed, then perhaps I'll be able to obtain even more comprehension. Du Xiaofu's eyes were still closed, yet his hands unconsciously started to move in the air. It was as if numerous strange worlds were being born at the tip of his finger, and they emitted a miraculous energy, causing the space to start to be created and destroyed along with his movements. My strongest ability in the comprehension of the spatial laws is the skyward from the golden-winged rock clan, and the God's Bane grasp I comprehended during the battle with the Fiend Celestial. Du Xiaofu started to summarize what he'd learned, and he reflected it with the inspiration Elder Kong gave him. He found out from Hijibai that there were 4 great primordial laws in this world, and they were respectively time, space, matter, and soul. However, it was extremely difficult for most living beings to completely grasp the primordial laws when they cultivated. Even many figures with exceedingly high cultivations were only able to grasp the derivative forms of the 4 great primordial laws. For example, the matter law was divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and so on and so forth. Every law of matter attribute could be seen and touched, and there were traces of it. So, compared to the other 3 laws, it was much easier to explore its profundities. Under these circumstances, most living beings were able to fumble about the matter law. Even if there were many people, it was still difficult. It would be able to grasp at all of them. Therefore, Du Xiaofu still had a long way to go in wanting to reach the realm of perfection in his comprehension of spatial laws. However, in the endless years that the 33 heavens had existed, there had been no lack of extremely talented individuals that had been able to control one or even many complete primal laws. It was just that it was really hard to see that kind of person today. The law of space shouldn't be as complicated and vast as the law of matter, which can give birth to all things in the universe. However, its advantage lies in its boundless profoundness and profundity, allowing it to break free from the mold of the matter law. If I want to form my own space domain, then it's not much different from Fuyao and the God-binding grasp. The markings and true meaning of the laws are all there, and the most important thing is how to arrange and combine them to form the result I want. Du Xiaofu's thoughts did not stop at all. He was constantly pondering. According to his speculations, the first style of Fuyao and the grip of God's sealing should have included many trajectories in the laws of space. If these trajectories were broken up and new trajectories were added in, they could be rearranged to form a new ability. Elder Kong's space domain must have come from this. When Elder Kong used the space domain, the traces of the laws should be like this. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes slightly as his fingers drew strange traces in the air. However, It was precisely this seemingly ordinary movement that caused circle after circle of ripples to arise in the surrounding space. She ceaselessly recalled the scene of Elder Kong demonstrating the space domain to him, and he tried his best to recall the miraculous rhythm within it. Along with the passage of time, Du Xiaofu stopped muttering, and he fell into absolute silence. The only thing that didn't change was the ceaseless movements of his body. Along with this, a miraculous and indescribable state arose from his body. It caused him to seem as if he'd fused into one with the space within the primordial dimension and left it in the next. It was as if his existence was only a projected scene. However, this state was extremely unstable, and it was ceaselessly changing. However, this scene was extremely shocking in the eyes of the flaming skeleton old man at the side. Amazing! What a kid! Your natural talent is truly extraordinary. You've started to comprehend something so quickly. Amazing! Elder Kong exclaimed in a low voice. He seemed to be somewhat incoherent, and there was an indescribable sigh in his voice. If it wasn't for the fact that he had lost his flesh and blood and couldn't show any expression, his eyes would definitely be wide open and filled with shock. This kind of talent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it abnormal. Not to mention 10,000 years, even 1,000,000 years would be hard to come by. He couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. Du Xiaofu, a native from the divine martial world, didn't know, but as a powerhouse in the 33 heavens, Elder Kong knew exactly what kind of talent this young man was displaying. It could be said that in the entire younger generation of the 33 heavens, it would be difficult to find someone who could compare to this stinking brat in terms of talent and comprehension. In fact, the flaming skeleton didn't know that the reason why Du Xiaofu was able to comprehend something so quickly was mainly because he had already grasped the heavenly Tao of the divine martial world. All the rules and order of that world could be mobilized at will. Not to mention the space domain, which was a method of using the laws of space. Even the 4 primordial laws could be combined and changed at will in the divine martial world. Therefore, with such a foundation, if Du Xiaofu wanted to comprehend some dharma and logos on his own, it would naturally be much faster than usual. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months had passed. In the desolate ancient space, everything was still as calm as ever. Everyone was still in a state of cultivation and hadn't left. Du Xiaofu's previous movements had also stopped, and he just sat there quietly. Strange fluctuations constantly emitted from his body. Outside his body, the space was transforming, morphing, and growing. It was as if one world after another was appearing and then being destroyed. Old Kong's empty eye sockets had been staring at Du Xiaofu the entire time. The flames on the skeleton leaped, releasing a blazing high temperature. His mind was constantly paying attention to the changes on Du Xiaofu's body. Until a certain moment, the skeleton that was emitting a fiery red glow suddenly trembled, as if it had sensed some kind of unusual movement. Following that, the calm atmosphere in this space was finally broken. A buzzing sound was heard, and it swept through the void, hitting the primordial spirits of everyone in the desolate ancient space. This buzzing impact was not a real sound wave, but a sudden change in some invisible law that triggered a strange rhythm. Everyone who was in this space could clearly feel it. The hundreds of people from the Yu Qing divine kingdom all opened their eyes at the same time and looked around in confusion. What's going on? Everyone was confused, and they had no idea what was going on. Just now, it seemed like a string in my heart was touched, and I was suddenly pulled out of my cultivation state. Me too, that fluctuation was so strange. Why did we all feel it at the same time? It felt like some kind of heavenly sound, and it was everywhere, and it directly penetrated into our souls. Most importantly, I felt that there was an indescribable change in this space that I'm in. Yu Changliang, Yu Qingyu, and He Jibai were all puzzled, and after a short discussion, they all swept their eyes around, trying to find the source of the fluctuation. When they looked at the purple-robed young man who was sitting cross-legged not far away, All of their eyes were fixed on him, and they could not move away. In front of Du Xiaofu, the flaming skeleton directly retreated, leaving the purple-robed young man's area of several dozen feet. At this moment, a huge circle of light with a radius of about 5 feet emerged from Du Xiaofu's body, forming a perfect sphere that enveloped his body. This circle of light emitted an immeasurable amount of light, dazzling everyone's eyes, and looked like a translucent ball of light. It's Brother Du. The fluctuation just now must have come from him. Did he comprehend something? How could this happen? Why is it that when I look at him, Brother Du is clearly in front of me, but why do I feel like he doesn't exist in this space? The law of space, Brother Du's comprehension of the law of space has improved. Everyone began to discuss enthusiastically, but it was difficult for them to see through the reason for the change in Du Xiaofu's body. In the end, it was Yu Chengliang who spoke up to explain the reason behind it. In an instant, everyone felt a little absent-minded, especially He Zibai and his subordinates. They had a lot of contact with Du Xiaofu, and they had also seen his various methods. But at this moment, hearing that his attainments in the law of space had deepened, how could they not be shocked? But although they were shocked, the matter did not end there. Swoosh in the ball of light, Du Xiaofu also opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, as if they were solid. Immediately, everyone saw that as the light in the purple-robed young man's eyes dimmed, the immeasurable amount of light on the ball of light also slowly faded, and finally all of it disappeared, no longer emitting light. But in the eyes of everyone, the violet-robed figure had become even more indistinct at this moment. They were clearly able to see it with their own eyes, yet they felt it was extremely blurry. At this moment, they seemed to have truly felt that Du Xiaofu really didn't exist in this space, and only a scene remained here. Good kid, the flaming skeleton praised, and then it took a step forward and charged directly towards Du Xiaofu. Its bone claw stretched out and clawed fiercely, and the space within the desolate ancient space was soundlessly shattered by this claw. Along the direction of the claw, 5 pitch-black claw marks appeared, and it was savage and terrifying. The bone claw's speed was extremely swift, and as soon as it attacked, it brazenly charged into an area of over 10 m in front of Du Xiaofu. It was also at this moment that Elder Kong's movements suddenly slowed down, and it was as if he'd encountered an extremely terrifying obstruction, causing every single inch he moved forward to become extremely difficult. Rumble. At the same time, rumbling sounds resounded from that area, and it was like a heavy hammer that was oppressive and mighty, and there was also the strong sound of metal rubbing against each other. In the end, Elder Kong's claw stopped when it was around 6 m away from Du Xiaofu, and it was unable to move forward in the slightest. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu still stood on the spot, and even the corners of his clothes hadn't moved in the slightest. Such a strange scene caused the eyeballs of He Zibai and the others to almost pop out. They clearly sensed that the violet-robed young man didn't reveal any vital energy, and besides the uniqueness of that space, they didn't notice any energy fluctuations around him. Hee. Under the gazes of everyone, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but reveal a smile. At this moment, he felt extremely happy in his heart. After a few months of bitter comprehension, he'd finally grasped the path to spatial domain, and even Elder Kong's attack was unable to truly break through it. It could be said that, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was extremely satisfied and filled with a sense of accomplishment. The facts showed that he'd taken a great step forward on the path of the spatial laws. But right when the smile on Du Xiaofu's face had just arisen and hadn't completely melted, his expression suddenly froze. Swoosh! Right under Du Xiaofu's trembling gaze, Elder Kong's claw that had stopped moving forward actually moved swiftly once more, and it brazenly clawed down towards Du Xiaofu's neck. On the other hand, the domain that he'd created from drawing upon the spatial laws seemed to have been stirred by a shapeless hand, and all the orderliness in it was instantly destroyed and in complete disorder. The spatial domain technique he'd just comprehended had actually been broken through. Hiss! Elder Kong's withered claw that burned with flames had already arrived before Du Xiaofu in an instant, and it directly slashed down. If it wasn't for him executing the rising sun style and retreating explosively at the last moment, Du Xiaofu was afraid that he would have been directly grabbed by Elder Kong. Even so, a blurry mark appeared on the front of Du Xiaofu's violet robe, and it was burned by the flames on the claw. Stinking brat, you've just grasped the path to success, yet you're already complacent and can't help but feel complacent, right? When he saw Du Xiaofu retreat, Elder Kong didn't pursue an attack, and instead stood firmly at the place where Du Xiaofu stood before, and a hoarse and aged voice sounded out from the skeleton that didn't have any flesh and blood. At this moment, the smile on Du Xiaofu's face was still frozen on his face, and it seemed indescribably strange. What a formidable ability of that skeleton! He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingyu, and the others were shocked as well. Originally, they were still feeling astounded by Du Xiaofu's comprehension. But the situation had changed too quickly, and his domain had been broken through in only an instant. The method of utilizing the spatial laws looks like what I've grasped is only the tip of the iceberg. Du Xiaofu retreated to a nearby spot and didn't reply to Elder Kong, and he instead started to ponder by himself, and there was an indescribable sigh in his heart. His comprehension of the spatial domain had indeed made great progress, but before Elder Kong it was still so weak, and this caused Du Xiaofu to be unable to help but feel slightly powerless. Before an expert of the older generation, he still seemed to be too immature and weak. The spatial domain is able to form one's own domain and allow one to stand independently from the space one stands in, but it doesn't mean that this ability is impossible to break through. Elder Kong's skeleton took light steps forward and walked about in the desolate ancient space as he explained to Du Xiaofu. The Tao of laws has a myriad of changes, not to mention the spatial laws of the four great primordial laws. Even the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and so on and so forth that are derived from the material laws contain boundless profundities. If it's utilized properly, it can develop into various divine abilities. As Elder Kong spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing. So, even though it's not a bad thing for a young man to possess outstanding natural talent and comprehension ability that surpasses others, the path of cultivation is endless. There's utterly no one in the world capable of seeing through the profundities of the Tao carrier and manifestation realms of the 9 great realms. Presently, your attainments in the spatial laws still have a very long way to go, so you must not be complacent. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Kong. I'll remember it well. Du Xiaofu bowed sincerely to the flaming skeleton and replied seriously. He was naturally able to discern that Elder Kong's words carried the intention of admonishing, and it was like a senior that was absolutely doing it for his own good. But Du Xiaofu wasn't an impetuous person, and it was absolutely impossible for him to become complacent because of a momentary achievement. Perhaps it was precisely because he'd perceived this that Elder Kong's words weren't strict, and he only reminded Qin Shi. It's good that you know. The flaming skeleton nodded without end, and it was extremely satisfied with this violet-robed young man before it. It walked over to Du Xiaofu and continued. Have you thought of a name for this move? Please bestow it to me, Elder Kong. Du Xiaofu shook his head and spoke. The comprehension of this move came from Elder Kong, so it couldn't be any more suitable for him to name it. This move you've comprehended was born from my comprehension, yet it's slightly different. Elder Kong strode forward once more and said, My spatial domain combines strength and gentleness, and it emphasizes on splitting the strength of my opponent, yet its consumption is extremely small. On the other hand, you're absolutely domineering and ferocious, and you exert all your strength to completely annihilate all attacks in their initial form. Since it's like this, then this move of yours shall be called the absolute domain. What do you think? As the flaming skeleton spoke, it shot its gaze towards Du Xiaofu in the end, and it seemed to want to ask for Du Xiaofu's opinion. Chapter 27. 25. Absolute hegemony domain. Let's do as Elder Kong says. Du Xiaofu tasted this name and nodded repeatedly, feeling that it was very suitable. He could also feel that when Elder Kong used the space domain, his attacks seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, being weakened step by step until all his strength was exhausted. His own technique, on the other hand, was to form an absolutely strong domain. When Elder Kong's claws attacked, the domineering power would collide directly, making it impossible for him to get close. If Elder Kong's domain was a pool of clear water, where hardness and gentleness were combined to achieve the greatest effect with the smallest price, then his own technique was a solid wall, crushing all enemies that encroached upon it. Therefore, the same method of using the law of space, but in terms of the details there was still a big gap. Your absolute hegemony domain needs to be comprehended again. There are still some areas that need to be adjusted, but I won't go into too much detail with you. Your cultivation is already not bad. What you need to do next is to walk your own path. You can only comprehend other people's techniques, but you can't fully understand them. However, you only need to remember one thing. The space domain doesn't just pluck yourself out of the original space. You also need to move freely within it. When the enemy attacks you, you can use your own domain to counterattack. Even more so when you form an absolute domain, all the rules are set by you, so that the enemy can't even use their cultivation, let alone attack. Elder Kong looked at Du Xiaofu and slowly explained to him, I understand, thank you, Elder Kong. Du Xiaofu nodded, indicating that he understood. Elder Kong's words made him think of Shen Wu World. Over there, he could be said to be the absolute ruler. Although the order there was not set by him, all the rules could be mobilized. The absolute domain that Elder Kong spoke of should be very similar to this situation. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu also began to look forward to it. If his comprehension of the law of space could reach that level, then when he faced enemies, he would have too much of the initiative, no different from when he was in Shen Wu World. Of the 4 primordial laws, I've already made some achievements in the laws of space and the laws of matter, but I don't seem to have many tricks up my sleeves for the laws of time and the laws of soul. Du Xiaofu pondered over some things. Of course, the more methods he had, the better. If he could also comprehend the laws of time and the laws of soul, it would definitely not be a bad thing. Unfortunately, Du Xiaofu was completely clueless about the laws of time at the moment. He had no clue about it at all. As for the law of the soul, his grasp of immortality, profundity, and dark insight, grasp profundity, were still at the level of profundity. It was very difficult for him to comprehend them further. In fact, they also lacked some opportunities. Elder Kong, you've already attained perfection in the laws of space, right? Du Xiaofu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. After he asked this question, Elder Kong didn't speak for a long time, and he stared fixedly at Qin Shi with his empty eye sockets. If he had flesh and blood at this moment, then the expression in his eyes when he looked at Du Xiaofu would absolutely be as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think that a primordial law is really so easy to completely grasp? After a long time, Elder Kong glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu and scoffed at him. Du Xiaofu was instantly rendered speechless. He'd witnessed Elder Kong's various tricks. In the lava space, this old fellow had executed many profound divine abilities, and it caused Du Xiaofu to feel extremely envious. For example, Elder Kong had stretched out his hand to create a spatial rift and directly swallowed Qin Shi's attack, and it didn't even cause the slightest bit of commotion before it was directly obliterated into nothingness. If it was anyone else that dared to do this, then the spatial rift would probably be directly destroyed by Qin Shi's attacks. Another example was when the 2 of them joined forces to deal with the blood flame divine lotus. With Qin Shi's strength, it was extremely difficult for him to effectively cause harm to the blood flame divine lotus. On the other hand, Elder Kong had created a spatial passageway, and Qin Shi only had to close his eyes and execute his moves, causing all his attacks to strike the blood flame divine lotus through the spatial passageway. These two methods were extremely overbearing. Coupled with the spatial domain, Du Xiaofu felt that Elder Kong was a person that had completely grasped the laws of space, and it was within reason. But the truth was that it wasn't so. Since the existence of the 33 heavens, there weren't many people that were able to completely grasp one of the 4 great primordial laws. So long as one completely grasped one of the 4, then one would be able to attain an extremely high realm of cultivation. Such an extraordinary figure would absolutely be a mighty lord, and even the entire 33 heavens would tremble with a stomp of their feet. Such an existence would never make an appearance in the world, and it's extremely rare to see one. As Elder Kong spoke, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. But after he thought for a moment, he heard Elder Kong say once more, "However, even if it's difficult to see, it doesn't mean that there's absolutely no one capable of accomplishing it. So, kid, don't think too much about it. It's better to obediently walk down the path beneath your feet. This is the true path of a king." "I understand." Du Xiaofu nodded, and he instantly understood Elder Kong's intentions. What Elder Kong spoke of was a situation that really existed. The 4 great primordial laws were deep and vast, and practically no one was capable of seeing through them. But Elder Kong didn't want to cause any bad psychological barriers to Du Xiaofu because of what he'd said. In this way, it would absolutely be an extremely great calamity to Du Xiaofu's future path of cultivation. Thus, he'd added such a sentence at the end. When he thought up to here, Du Xiaofu had an extremely good impression of this old man that only had a skeleton remaining. "What else do you want to ask? Ask now. Once you've finished asking, I won't continue tormenting myself with you. The key is to properly recover your strength." Elder Kong sat down cross-legged on the ground and left behind these words, "Elder Kong, I want to know what truth-severing and eternal are." Du Xiaofu sat before Elder Kong as well, and he didn't even think before asking such a question. Actually, he really wanted to ask about the meditative realm, Tao carrier realm, and phenomenal realm as well. But when he thought about how these realms were truly too illusory and too far away from him, he gave up. Not to mention that even if he asked, Elder Kong might not be able to answer him, because He Jibai had once told Du Xiaofu that once one grasped a complete primordial law, then stepping into the meditative realm was something that would happen naturally. Obviously, Elder Kong hadn't attained the meditative realm, let alone the Tao carrier realm and phenomenal realm. The meaning of truth severing is to sever the confinement and reconstruct the true self. Elder Kong immediately spoke in such a manner. Sever the confinement and reconstruct the true self. Du Xiaofu was slightly bewildered. He was able to understand the literal meaning, yet the deeper meaning seemed to be slightly blurry. But Du Xiaofu pondered for a short moment and recalled something He Jibai had once told him. The myriad of grand daos are for the sake of tracing to the source and returning to the beginning. Only the true energy of the laws was the ultimate goal of a living being's cultivation. Could it be that the truth-severing realm is related to the energy of the laws? Elder Kong's following words answered the questions in Du Xiaofu's heart. There are a myriad of laws in the heavens and the earth, and the laws grasped by living beings are mainly the laws of matter. Every single living being possesses various methods, and it's even to the extent that numerous laws are gathered in one body. Moreover, if one wants to attain a deeper realm, then it's absolutely impossible to advance in such a state. This is like a sapling. If one wants to grow into a towering tree, then one has to cut off the excess branches in order to grow thicker, stronger, and taller. After Elder Kong finished speaking, he didn't speak again for the time being, and only looked at Du Xiaofu to allow him to digest the contents of these words. After repeatedly pondering, Du Xiaofu finally had some ideas. The so-called truth-severing realm was a process of ceaselessly correcting oneself. Pruning the branches wasn't to completely cut off the side branches, but to tell the world that if one wanted to attain a higher realm, then one had to focus on a certain law and advance along this path. Only in this way would one be able to attain a higher realm. For example, after attaining the truth-severing realm, if one wanted to go further on the path of cultivation, then one had to grasp the complete laws of matter or the laws of space. Only in this way would one have the opportunity to step into the higher realm of immortality. When he thought up to here, Du Xiaofu told Elder Kong of his thoughts, wanting to know if his conjecture was correct. "Kid, your comprehension ability is really not bad. Your understanding is very correct." Elder Kong pointed at the bald skull as he spoke. Then in this way, Elder Kong is also an expert of the truth-severing realm. Du Xiaofu's brows raised as he asked abruptly, but a question like this caused the skeletal old man to fall into a state of astonishment. After that he chuckled and said, "Kid, I know what you're thinking. You think that in the truth-severing realm, grasping the complete true meaning of the 4 great primeval laws is equivalent to grasping a complete primeval law at this time. On the other hand, I haven't grasped the complete laws of space, so you made this deduction, right?" Elder Kong's eye sockets stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu, and he looked at him without moving in the slightest. Du Xiaofu felt his hair stand on end from being stared at to the point of being slightly scared, but he still couldn't help but nod in agreement. But it caused Elder Kong to roar with hoarse laughter. After a long while, the laughter gradually stopped, and Elder Kong said, "You still don't understand? The so-called complete primeval laws aren't something that can be attained by grasping the complete, true meaning of all the laws. Moreover, this is precisely related to the realm of immortality that you asked about. The so-called immortality is the fusion of the laws and returning to the beginning, transforming the body into the primeval Tao of the universe, eternal and indestructible. In the realm of immortality, what you have to do is to fuse all the true meanings you've grasped together, and only in this way would it be the most complete primeval laws. Naturally, after this step is accomplished, you'll attain the strength of the meditative realm. Kid, do you understand what I'm saying?" When Elder Kong spoke up to hear, Du Xiaofu had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. He finally understood exactly what sort of 2 realms the truth-severing realm and the immortal realm were. Frankly speaking, the truth-severing realm was ceaselessly searching for the true meaning of the laws. Time, space, matter, soul, these 4 great primeval laws. At least choose one of them as the direction to comprehend with all one's strength. Only by completely comprehending the myriad of true meanings developed from a certain primeval law would one be able to step into the immortal realm. On the other hand, the so-called immortal realm was to fuse the true meanings of these laws one by one to form a truly complete primeval law and obtain an immortal body. If nothing unexpected happened, then one would be able to exist forever and be indestructible through the ages. At this point in time, Du Xiaofu finally had a certain understanding of the realm he needed to cultivate in the future. Although he was very puzzled in his heart, there were countless grand Tao laws and myriad orders of heaven and earth. In the truth-severing realm, how could one comprehend all the true meanings of a certain primeval law? Just by thinking about it, one could tell that this was an extremely huge project. However, he didn't have any intention of cowering in his heart. The path of cultivation was filled with difficulties and dangers in the first place. If one was timid and moved forward, then one could only stay where one was. The more difficult it was, the more Du Xiaofu would face it head-on. "But Elder Kong, I've already grasped the complete law of lightning now. What should I do to be able to step into the truth-severing realm?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows and threw out another question. He was also puzzled. After arriving at the 33 heavens, he found out from the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal that he was at the consummate stage of the seizing God realm and was only a step away from the truth-severing realm. But Du Xiaofu also didn't understand exactly what kind of existence was obstructing this step of distance. Relying on this opportunity, he naturally asked Elder Kong about it. After grasping a complete law in the seizing God realm, even though it said that one is only a step away from the truth-severing realm, But this step is separated by an extremely vast chasm. If one wants to take this step, it's not difficult, but it's not easy either. All of this only requires an opportunity. Elder Kong raised his arm and stretched out a finger as he spoke. An opportunity? What sort of opportunity? Du Xiaofu was instantly interested and hurriedly asked, "Isn't this opportunity one of the objectives of all of you entering this origin space?" Elder Kong replied, but still kept them in suspense. This? Du Xiaofu started to scratch his head with a bellyful of questions. He Jibai had told him that the origin space was opened for the sake of the young disciples' tempering, but he didn't speak of this objective. Thus, when Elder Kong mentioned it, he felt completely confused. When he was conversing with He Jibai at that time, because he was trapped in the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation, he didn't continue, so he didn't know much, and there were some things that he didn't have the time to ask. There's a type of chaotic energy within this origin space. If you obtain it, then you only need a trace of it to be able to smoothly step into the truth, severing realm with the strength of the perfection stage of the seizing God realm. When Elder Kong saw Du Xiaofu's expression, it seemed as if he really didn't know about this matter. So he didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Chaotic energy, what's that? It could be said that the doubts that arose in Du Xiaofu's mind today were truly too many. He felt that his knowledge was completely insufficient, and he could practically be considered to know nothing about the existences within the 33 heavens. His lack of knowledge was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Chaotic energy is the energy left behind from the chaos after Panga's split opened the heavens. So it's called chaotic energy. This entire world was formed from the chaos. So chaotic energy naturally contains the quintessence energy of this world. No matter which law one cultivates, chaotic energy is suitable for all of them. Elder Kong opened his mouth and explained. So that's how it is. Chaotic energy contains the quintessence energy of the world, and it's even purer than the energy of laws. No wonder it's said that at the truth-severing realm, there's hope to be able to figure out the complete, true meaning of a certain primordial law. I presume that it requires the assistance of chaotic energy to accomplish it, right? Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he was enlightened. He was still thinking earlier that the 4 great primordial laws contained so many true meanings, and wanting to fully comprehend all of them at the truth-severing realm was truly exceedingly difficult. But since Elder Kong mentioned this, he quickly figured out this point, and it was surely related to the quintessence energy that chaotic energy carried. "You're worth teaching." Elder Kong nodded, and he was extremely satisfied with Du Xiaofu's comprehension ability. Elder Kong, could it be that only by obtaining chaotic energy can one step into the truth-severing realm, and there's no other way? Du Xiaofu spoke once more and asked like this. According to what he thought on the path of cultivation, external things were only means and absolutely not the goal. No matter how formidable that strand of chaotic energy was, it wasn't cultivated by oneself in the end, and this seemed to be contrary to the essence of cultivation. "Kid, you're really—" Elder Kong shook his head helplessly, yet he didn't know what to say to Qinshi. Even though this question was asked at a very high level, it truly caused one to be slightly speechless. With this kid strength, obtaining chaotic energy isn't difficult. At that time, wouldn't it be fine if he just obediently broke through? Why did he have to get to the bottom of it? Even though Elder Kong was helpless, he didn't hesitate, and he said, "Chaotic energy is indeed a necessary thing to break through to the truth-severing realm, and this isn't contrary to the path of cultivation. This is the same principle as the spirit energy of heaven and earth you absorb when cultivating. Only above this threshold, what's required is chaotic energy. It's just that simple." "I understand." Du Xiaofu nodded. He didn't continue to be conflicted on this question and continued to ask some other questions. After that, he greeted Elder Kong before continuing to sit cross-legged on the ground and fell into deep comprehension. Du Xiaofu had just comprehended the divine ability, absolute domain, and there were still too many areas that needed to be perfected. Just as Elder Kong had said, he couldn't be considered to have matured in this Tao, and there was extremely great room for improvement. Moreover, Du Xiaofu wanted to ponder over some other methods that Elder Kong had utilized in the past. If he was able to comprehend them, then not only would he be able to deal with his enemies with ease, even his attainments in the spatial laws would be deeper. Besides this, Du Xiaofu was still thinking about the other two primitive laws, and they were the time laws and soul laws that he hadn't grasped. Everyone said that it was basically impossible to grasp many primitive laws, but Du Xiaofu didn't think so. Others were unable to do it, but it absolutely didn't mean that he couldn't do it. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Chapter 27-26. As Du Xiaofu was immersed in his comprehension, the time outside the desolate ancient space was also quietly slipping away. Several days passed silently like this. The people from the Divine General's estate did not stop searching, wanting to find traces of Du Xiaofu. However, what made everyone feel disappointed was that even after they had searched all the hiding places in the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation, they were unable to find any trace of the purple-robed youth. As the controller of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation, they could naturally come and go as they pleased. However, after searching every inch of the area, they did not find their target. If the purple-robed youth was so powerful that he had already left the range of the formation, they would never believe it. That kind of method was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Of course, they could not completely rule out this possibility, but the chances were too small. Young Master Dai, we can't waste any more time here. Zhong Su from the profound, desolate general's estate looked at Dai Xuanjin and said with a frown. They had spent nearly 10 days here without any results, so everyone could not help but feel a little tired. Zhong Su is right. That kid must be hiding in his spatial treasure and escaped our detection. Otherwise, after such a long time, no matter how profound his cultivation is, he will definitely not be able to hide. Wang Qishuan from the Divine General's estate also said softly, although it's still early before the end of the Origin Spaces training, we still have very important things to do. Indeed, we can't waste any more time here. Otherwise, if he keeps hiding inside and doesn't come out, no one will be able to do anything to him. Zhong Su said again. While the three of them were talking, many of their subordinates were still searching around. From time to time, there would be figures shuttling back and forth. But it's not a good idea for us to withdraw just like this. Dai Xuanjin was silent for a long time before he took over the conversation and said, without the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation's encirclement, that kid is in the origin space, and it will be very difficult for anyone to restrain him. Most importantly, if he spreads what happened here, and the people outside know about it, the other princes and princesses, as well as the people from the three divine generals' manors, they will be prepared. This will bring great trouble to our future operations. When they heard Dai Xuanjin's words, Zhong Su and Wang Qishuan couldn't help but nod repeatedly to express their agreement. They could not afford to waste time, but if they were to leave this place and put away the divine wilderness Heavenlock array, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was just a kid with a high cultivation, they wouldn't have much to worry about. However, if he worked together with the other princes and princesses, plus the people from the other three divine generals' estates, they would definitely be a force that couldn't be underestimated. They first attacked the sixth prince and the little princess, but their goal was not to kill them. Their biggest purpose was to use them as hostages so that they could play an important role at a critical moment. Originally, he thought that it would be a piece of cake to deal with these two fellows who weren't too strong. However, no one had expected that when they were about to succeed, Du Xiaofu would suddenly appear and disrupt all their plans. When he thought of this, Dai Xuanjin felt his blood boil. He wished that he could drag that purple-robed kid out and smash him into a pile of meat paste. That kid had not only disrupted their plans, he had also injured his third brother and crippled his second brother. If he didn't take revenge for this, his divine void general's estate would have no place to hide its face. Young Master Dai, what should we do? Wang Qishuan turned to look at Dai Xuanjin and asked. No matter how much he said, he still had to come up with an idea in the end. We still can't let go of this place so easily. That kid can't do anything by himself. But we definitely can't leak the news. Dai Xuanjin thought for a moment, then said, Inform Helian Chung to take his men and retreat first. Let him reach the truth-severing stage as soon as possible. At that time, it will be easier to find that kid and deal with him. I'll take a group of people and stay here. Don't remove the divine wilderness heavenlock formation for the time being. As long as that kid dares to show his face, he will die without a burial ground. As Dai Xuanjin spoke, his fists unconsciously clenched. That's the only way. Let's stay here with young Master Dai. After a while, Helian and the others will take over. Zhong Su nodded and said in agreement. After everyone's discussion, they finally carried out Dai Xuanjin's idea. The search continued, and several experts of the seizing divinity stage also participated in it. They continued to wander around the divine wilderness heavenlock formation. Under such circumstances, another 3 days passed. At this time, Helian Shang of Divine General Yin, his estate, had already left with a group of people. At this time, they continued to explore the origin space. There were countless opportunities that couldn't be missed. Most importantly, there was also the chaotic yuan qi that all experts of the seizing divinity stage needed. They needed to find it. The origin space could be said to be a training battlefield for the younger generation. As experts who stood at the peak, such as Dai Xuanjin and Helian Shang, they actually had the opportunity to break through to the severing truth stage long ago. However, if they broke through too early, they would lose the opportunity to enter this space. They held back the opportunity to break through so that they could find more opportunities here. On this day, the divine wilderness heavenlock formation was still calm. There were only figures flying back and forth, searching in various obscure places, hoping to find the hiding place of the purple-robed youth. It was also at this time that Du Xiaofu, who had been comprehending for several months, walked out of the ancient desolate space and appeared in a mountain range. There were towering mountains and precipitous ridges that extended into the distance. The valleys were deep and the terrain was dangerous. There were many plants and giant trees on the mountain, and there were also wild beasts. However, such wild beasts couldn't pose any threat to Du Xiaofu, whose cultivation wasn't bad. He's brought He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, and Yu Qingyu to find a place with beautiful scenery and built a bonfire. He washed the wild beasts that he hunted and began to roast them. Soon, the fragrance of meat wafted out from the valley and spread in all directions. Yu Changliang, Yu Qingyu, and He Jibai's cultivation had long been above the common populace. But at this time they couldn't help but feel a little hungry. I didn't expect brother Du to have such skills. He Jibai's saliva flowed out. He took a roasted deer from Du Xiaofu's hand and opened his mouth to take a bite. He only felt that his mouth was full of fragrance. Indeed, it's been a long time since I've eaten something like this. I really miss it. The sixth prince and the little princess also didn't want to fall behind and began to taste Du Xiaofu's cooking. Ever since they were born, what they ate the most was not the food of mortals. Instead, they ate countless heavenly treasures to strengthen their physical bodies and souls. At this time, when they ate the deer meat, they felt that it was a special taste. Du Xiaofu looked at them and felt that it was a little funny. These fellows were born with extraordinary backgrounds and had been supported by a large family or divine kingdom since they were young. It was very difficult for them to experience the joy of it. It had been a long time since he last cooked barbecue. The most recent occasion was in the ancient desolation, fearsome ground. After killing the ancestor of the distant sky flame Phoenix tribe and the ancestor of the Gulen heavenly condor tribe, he held a grand Beast Alliance food festival in the Beast King mountain range of the Bai Fong divine bird tribe. Since then, he had been busy dealing with the devil religion and didn't have the leisure to do these things. But now that the devil god was dead, Shenwu world was peaceful, and there were few people who had agreed to guard it. Du Xiaofu's huge burden was lifted. Therefore, when he walked out of the ancient wilderness, he had the urge to make some delicious food. Since he couldn't get out of the origin space for a while, he might as well enjoy it first. This wild deer meat, compared to dragon meat, the taste is still a lot worse. Du Xiaofu said unclearly as he chewed on the fresh and tender meat. But such a comment, in the ears of He Jibai and the others, they couldn't help but be shocked. Dragon? Dragon meat? The little princess Yu Qingyu looked a little dazed, a piece of meat hanging outside her red lips, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. Dragons are an extremely powerful race. They are also the peak existences in the 33 heavens. Brother Du, you actually dare to eat dragon meat? He Jibai stared at Du Xiaofu as if he was staring at a monster. Many dragons have died in my hands. What's the fuss about eating some dragon meat? Du Xiaofu said in an indifferent tone, which made the three of them stare at him. Although He Jibai knew that Du Xiaofu came from a small world, no matter which world it was, as long as it was a dragon, it was one of the strongest creatures. No one dared to provoke it. But this guy, when talking about eating dragon meat, was actually so calm. Was it because he was thick-skinned, or was it because he was a fearless guy? If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to eat all over the 33 heavens. Du Xiaofu chuckled as he looked at the three of them, throwing out such a sentence. As he spoke, he was a little lost in thought, thinking of Du, Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, and the others. These guys followed him, and they brought disaster to the Monster Beast clan. He didn't know if they had a deeper breakthrough in Shenwu world. This dream is really too great, but just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Yu Qingyu's eyes lit up as she praised. He Jibai and Yu Chengliang looked at each other and smiled helplessly. But it couldn't be denied that Du Xiaofu's cooking skills were indeed unique. The most common monster beast meat was cooked by him, but the fragrance lingered in their mouths. Right, how much do you know about the dragons? Speaking of the dragons, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of Little Star. Her, the tomboy, Du Xiaoyao, and the others' whereabouts were unknown. If they could find the dragons and ask them to help find them, it would definitely be much faster. We haven't come into contact with the dragons' powerhouses. We only know that their main clan is in the 9 yellow sky, suppressing the mysterious sky. The clan's population isn't large, but every member of the dragons is a rare existence in the world. Their strength is terrifyingly strong, and normal clans wouldn't dare to provoke them. Speaking of business, He Jibai returned to his usual gentle and elegant appearance, and said seriously to Du Xiaofu, 9 yellow sky, suppressing the mysterious sky. Du Xiaofu silently remembered this name, and thought to himself that he must find this place as soon as possible. Perhaps he could ask them to find the whereabouts of Little Star and the others. Right now, he didn't have any foundation in the 33 heavens, so he had to rely on external forces. Brother, Du came from a small world, so I'm sure you're not too clear about the situation in the 33 heavens. In the entire 33 heavens, there are 3 strongest monster beast clans, and they are the dragons, the phoenixes, and the Qilins. These 3 clans were born after Pangu split open the heavens, and they have multiplied until now, and their strength is incomparably powerful. The ancestors of the first 3 clans were called the Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin, and they were all existences that looked down on the world. It can be said that in the entire 33 heavens, there weren't many powerful forces that could rival these 3. Only a few could be counted on one's fingers. In the eyes of those big clans, our Yu Qing Divine Kingdom can't be considered a strong opponent. Yu Chengliang also opened his mouth and said to Du Xiaofu. He was the 6th prince of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, but when he talked about the gap between them and the 3 clans, he showed the most objective judgment. He didn't look down on them because of his background. Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, Primordial Qilin. Du Xiaofu nodded. In his heart, he thought that if he could find the Qilin clan, he should be able to ask them for help. After all, the little Qilin was also a member of the Qilin clan. However, compared to Little Star's identity, the little Qilin's weight should be much lighter. It must be known that Little Star was the daughter of the dragon god. Du Xiaofu didn't know the exact strength of the dragon god, but as the patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan, his status naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Dragons, Azure Dragon clan, these two should be the same clan. This thought suddenly flashed through Du Xiaofu's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. He only felt that there was no need to care too much about the issue of how they addressed each other. But in reality, what he didn't know was that the gap between the two was far too great. He didn't know how he would feel when he finally found out. The four of them gathered in front of the bonfire, eating and drinking to their heart's content, feeling extremely satisfied. While they were talking, Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly changed. He said, "These people really did find us. Their efficiency is quite high." Not long after he finished speaking, Yu Changliang also raised his gaze and looked into the distance. He said, "Someone is coming. It should be Dai Xuanjin and the others. You guys enter the desolate ancient space first. I'll let you guys out after I've dealt with these troubles and exited the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation." Du Xiaofu opened the desolate ancient space and stored the three of them inside. Then he rose to his feet, gently shaking the purple robe on his body. Du Xiaofu stood on the spot. He raised his gaze and looked at the void in front of him with a burning gaze. Waves of strange fluctuations were coming from there, which he keenly caught. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In next to no time, numerous figures tore through the sky and swiftly arrived before him. They stood in midair and looked down at Du Xiaofu from above. All of these people emitted powerful auras, and every single one of them possessed imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows and were extremely formidable. The auras of a few tens of figures combined together, and it suffused a terrifying pressure that filled the air. It was only Du Xiaofu. If it was someone with a slightly weaker cultivation standing below him, that person would probably fall to the ground on the spot. "Kid, you're finally willing to make an appearance." Dai Xuanjin stepped out from the crowd, and he looked coldly at Du Xiaofu as he gritted his teeth and spoke. They'd waited here for over 10 days, yet they hadn't obtained anything. Today, this kid had finally made an appearance. Unfortunately, he hadn't waited for a few more days before asking Helian Shang to leave first. Otherwise, with the two of them joining forces, their chances of killing this kid would be much greater. "I'll make an appearance whenever I want. Could it be that I need to report to you?" Du Xiaofu looked at Dai Xuanjin as if he was looking at an idiot as he spoke unhurriedly. After spending so much time in the desolate ancient space, he'd comprehended the divine ability of absolute dominion, so it wasn't difficult for him to escape the restraints of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation. So at this moment he seemed to be neither anxious nor impatient, and he was indescribably calm and composed. "Kid, don't try to win a battle of words here. You're dead for sure today." Dai Xuanjin pointed his finger at Du Xiaofu as he spoke, word by word. At the same time, strong killing intent surged out from his body, and it swept out mightily as it charged towards Du Xiaofu. This killing intent shook the sky like numerous sharp blades, and it slashed open numerous enormous spatial rifts, causing it to be savage and terrifying. "You've said the same thing many times the last time, and I'm still standing here perfectly fine." Du Xiaofu looked at Dai Xuanjin mockingly. The tyrannical domain spread out in the sky, crushing all the killing intent. He said softly, "Moreover, those who have said such things to me have met with the same fate, including your second brother. It's just that I'm merciful and didn't take his life. Kid, I'll definitely make you pay for what you've done." Dai Xuanjin was unable to restrain his anger at the mention of his second brother, Dai Xianming. The three brothers were extremely talented and would become the cornerstones of the Great Void Divine General's residence in the future. However, This kid in front of him had caused his second brother to become a cripple, and they'd lost a powerful young expert. Even the great Void Divine General's residents would feel heartache over such a loss. You're indeed the three brothers. Dai Xuanzi and Dai Xuanming's style of speaking is exactly the same as yours. Du Xiaofu suddenly laughed and said to Dai Xuanjin, "However, there's something that I'm very puzzled about. I've asked your second brother about it, but he never gave me an answer. I can't help but itch to know the truth. I wonder if young Master Dai can clear up my doubts?" Dai Xuanjin looked at Du Xiaofu's expression and felt that the question he was going to ask would definitely not be anything good. Dai Xuanjin might dig a big hole for him. However, the curiosity that rose in his heart suppressed all his worries. At this moment, Dai Xuanjin only wanted to know what kind of question this kid would ask. Chapter 27:27. Boy, before you die, I'll allow you to ask your question. Dai Xuanjin's aura was not weak at all. He used his domineering words to express his great curiosity. The murderous aura that surged out of his body was also restrained. "It's like this." Du Xiaofu paused for a moment and said thoughtfully, "I've seen all three of you brothers, but the strange thing is that you all look very different. No matter how I look at it, you don't look like brothers. So I want to know you all don't have the same father, right?" As Du Xiaofu spoke, he put on an extremely serious look, as if he was really asking Dai Xuanjin for advice. However, the ridicule in his eyes could not be concealed. Originally, Dai Xuanjin also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what kind of question the boy in front of him would ask. He was extremely curious. However, after listening to him, Dai Xuanjin was immediately enraged. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Dai Xuanjin's face immediately darkened. Wisps of smoke rose from his forehead, and his expression became extremely gloomy. How dare he say such a thing? This little bastard really did not take the great Void Divine General's mansion seriously at all. The faces of the dozens of people behind Dai Xuanjin twitched. Among them, a few people who were originally by Dai Xuanming's side were even more speechless. This was the second time they had heard the purple-robed young man say such a thing. He was simply too bold. If it were the outside world, even if he had 100 lives, he would not be enough for the experts of the great Void Divine General's mansion to bid for him. Everyone could tell that the audacious boy was implying that the great Void Divine General's wife had an affair outside, and the three sons they gave birth to were too different in appearance. They were not blood brothers at all. If the three brothers were not born from the same mother, then at least 2 of the 3 wives had an affair. Otherwise, the 3 brothers would not look so different. Du Xiaofu's words were so sarcastic that even Dai Xuanjin, who was in the perfection of the God-seizing realm, could not suppress the anger in his heart. "Dai, you little bastard!" His figure dashed down with a boundless aura. It was as if he had covered the sky and the earth as he charged towards the purple-robed young man on the ground. The void suddenly trembled, and a terrifying wave of energy rippled out, turning into an all-pervasive shockwave that swept in all directions. When a burst of white light flashed, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Following that, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and an extreme cold swept through. In Dai Xuanjin's hand, an incomparably resplendent sword of ice appeared. It emitted a cold light as it slashed down at Du Xiaofu's head. "Those who provoke me usually don't have a good ending. Today, you will be the first person I will kill since coming to the 33 heavens." Du Xiaofu's robes fluttered as he unleashed his absolute hegemony domain. Under the control of the law of space, waves of strange, mysterious power rippled out within a radius of 15 meters. Invisible law power took shape, forming a marvelous trajectory that evolved into an obscure power. This situation caused Dai Xuanjin's gaze to tremble, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense that there was an unusual change around Du Xiaofu's body. However, his eyes and the power of his primordial spirit could not see through the mystery there. The purple-robed young man stood there motionlessly and did not show much of an extraordinary thing. Kill. Suppressing the feeling in his heart, Dai Xuanjin let out an earth-shaking roar. The ice sword in his hand glowed, and a crazy, devouring power surged out. The surrounding spiritual qi involuntarily surged and rushed towards the light sword, increasing its power. Qi-la! The light sword slashed through the void, and in an instant it arrived 10 meters in front of Du Xiaofu. An enormous force burst forth, and cracks spread out in the void, producing cracking sounds. Large expanses of space collapsed, and then collapsed into nothingness. However, it was this overbearing sword strike that suddenly stopped after it continued forward for another 5 feet. It was as if it had encountered an extremely great resistance. Chi, chi, chi! The sword light slashed through the absolute hegemony domain, advancing bit by bit. The sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard, and it made one's teeth ache. The shock in Dai Xuanjin's heart was enormous. He had never imagined that the kid was just standing there, and his sword light could not even get close to him, let alone injure him. He could feel that his ice sword was like an ordinary sword that had slashed into a city wall, and it was difficult for it to advance even an inch. Moreover, as time continued to pass, the power on the light sword was also constantly being consumed. Break! Dai Xuanjin shouted, and the qi in his body began to surge violently, constantly entering the light sword in his hand, trying to directly break the domain outside Du Xiaofu's body. However, just as he was about to move, Du Xiaofu, who had been standing there without moving, suddenly moved as well. One of his feet suddenly stepped forward, and he took a bow step. His hands were wrapped in an intense purplish-gold light, and he reached forward and grabbed the light sword that was about to reach the center of the absolute hegemony domain. Swoosh! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was fluctuating with a blazing light, making him look like a god. The light sword was held in his hand, just like that. His physical strength burst forth, and then he suddenly pulled. Dai Xuanjin's body was directly pulled, and he staggered, almost falling down. Just as his body was about to touch the domain outside Du Xiaofu's body, Dai Xuanjin sensed a dangerous aura, and he decisively let go, abandoning the light sword in his hand. Then his body abruptly stopped outside, and he did not step in even an inch. He instinctively felt that the front was filled with a power that made his heart palpitate. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, and he secretly felt that it was a pity. His original intention was to pull the other party into the absolute hegemony domain. In the limited space outside his body, freedom would occupy the absolute initiative, and it would be much easier to kill Dai Xuanjin than to fight him head-on. However, it was obvious that the other party was also very cautious and did not take the bait so easily. How is this possible? After Dai Xuanjin stabilized his body, he suddenly retreated until he was dozens of feet away from Du Xiaofu, and he stopped and looked at him in shock. At this moment, not only was he amazed by the space domain outside the purple-robed young man, but he was also particularly shocked by the terrifying physical body. As a cultivator who had grasped the complete laws of water, Dai Xuanjin knew very well just how terrifying the power of the Sword of Light he had just unleashed was. That peerlessly sharp aura was something that even an ordinary truth severing stage cultivator would not dare to easily take on with his body, let alone a god seizing stage cultivator. However, that kid just now did just that. He only used his hands to hold his own light sword. Although the power of the light sword had been weakened by a lot at that time, it definitely still had an extremely sharp edge. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with it with their body, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, that kid seemed to be completely fine. Just how freakishly strong must his physical body be to be able to do that? I don't have time to waste on you. Let's end this quickly. Du Xiaofu's palm shook, and the light sword in his hand was crushed into powder. turning into the purest energy that drifted into the void. Then he took a step forward, and his body shot out, flying directly into the sky to stand opposite Dai Xuanjin. Heavenly thunder punishment. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, and then he gently waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the sky, and there was a terrifying sound of thunder that caused the entire world to tremble. An extremely thick thunderbolt came down from the sky, swiftly and violently, like the roar of the heavens, and like a divine punishment. The space was directly shaken apart, and it looked like a huge city wall that had suddenly received a violent impact. Large pieces of boulders burst out, piercing through everything. That terrifying thunderbolt was like a pillar that reached the sky, and it came down from the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was above Dai Xuanjin's head. Backlight, Frost Dragon, break for me! Dai Xuanjin did not even think about it, and such a loud shout burst out from his throat. Boundless energy surged out from his body like a surging river, creating a majestic wave that rushed straight into the sky. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar came out of nowhere, and the light around Dai Xuanjin's body quickly combined and changed, condensing into a huge frost dragon. Just from its size alone, it was not the slightest bit weaker than Du Xiaofu's thunderbolt light. The muscles on the dragon's body were perfectly round, as if they carried unparalleled power. Every dragon scale was clearly visible, and it was ferocious and domineering. Such a huge dragon had an immeasurable dragon body. As its huge tail swayed, the space was crushed to the point that a large area was shattered, revealing pitch-black marks. As soon as the frost dragon appeared, it immediately shook its body and soared into the sky. Amidst a terrifying roar, it charged fiercely towards the terrifying thunderbolt light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space was filled with powerful fluctuations, and an invisible force rushed in all directions, causing all of Dai Xuanjin's subordinates to retreat rapidly and hide far away. No one dared to stay near the battlefield. Both of them are so powerful. This is too terrifying. Their cultivation is at the consummate level of the seizing divinity stage, and they are only one step away from the severing truth stage. This will definitely be a fierce battle. That purple-robed young man's methods seem to be stronger than young Master Dai's. I wonder who will have the upper hand this time. I hope young Master Dai can stabilize the situation. I've already sent out the news, and it won't be long before the others arrive here. When that time comes, that kid will have nowhere to run. That's right. As long as he can stabilize him and wait for Helian Shang and the others to arrive, that guy will definitely die. Everyone looked at the situation over there and exclaimed in shock. At the same time, they were also shocked by Du Xiaofu's methods. He was definitely an extremely terrifying expert, far from someone they could deal with. Even Zhongsu, Wang Qishuan, and the other seizing divinity stage cultivators were unable to participate in this battle. They were a little worried for Dai Xuanjin, because when he fought with the purple-robed young man a few days ago, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Although this disadvantage was not great, sometimes when experts fought, whether or not they could survive in the end depended on such a small gap. However, everyone was not too worried. Someone had already spread the news about the situation here. As long as the other seizing divinity stage cultivators arrived, that kid would only have a dead, and no matter what. However, the only thing they had to worry about was his spatial treasure. If he hid in it again, this time it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Chi, 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 roar. Under everyone's gaze, the lightning beam unleashed by Du Xiaofu brazenly collided with Dai Xuanjin's ice dragon. Both of them were extremely domineering forces. As soon as they collided, a terrifying sound erupted, causing the entire world to tremble and shake violently, uncontrollably. It was under such a collision that the resplendent pillar of lightning and the long dragon of cold light shattered piece by piece. They scattered in the air and turned into an apocalyptic storm of energy that swept out like a tsunami. The surrounding mountains were instantly reduced to powder, and all the trees disappeared in the blink of an eye. A flat area appeared within 100 miles, and endless smoke and dust danced in all directions. Du Xiaofu and Dai Xuanjin's figures were simultaneously engulfed by the energy storm and disappeared. As far as the eye could see, there were countless energy runes dancing up and down in all directions. At the center of the battlefield, a huge black hole appeared, like the huge mouth of a demon king, with dense fangs that swallowed everything. Huff, huff, huff! The energy storm did not dissipate for a long time, and it kept drilling into the black hole in the void, forming an extremely terrifying vortex that began to devour everything around it. Oh no, retreat! In the distance, Zhongsu, Wang Qishuan, and their many subordinates all cried out and began to flee for their lives. They had already hidden far enough, but at this moment, under the influence of the energy vortex, everyone felt a huge suction force surging over, pulling them in the direction of the black hole. They could feel that there was a power that could destroy everything inside. With the cultivation of everyone present, if they came into contact with it, their lives would be in danger. The battle between two experts at the peak of the God-seizing realm is actually so terrifying. Everyone's legs were trembling as they retreated again and again. Fortunately, they had the method to pass through the divine barren heavenlock formation, so they were not worried that there was no way out. Their gazes never left the battlefield, and they all stared without blinking, hoping to be able to see the result of the battle as soon as possible. As time slowly passed, the energy runes that were enshrouding the void finally dissipated, completely devoured by the huge vortex, and finally disappeared at the same time. Then, the figures of Dai Xuanjin and the purple-robed young man appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the two of them looked somewhat miserable. Under the impact of the domineering energy, the robes on their bodies had been torn apart. However, the purple-robed young man had a layer of green armor shining on his body, and he was completely unharmed. "You're no match for me." Du Xiaofu and Dai Xuanjin stood opposite each other as he spoke softly. With a thought, the azure spirit armor on his body disappeared. Then he took out a purple robe from his cosmos bag and put on. Uft! Opposite him, Dai Xuanjin was just about to open his mouth to speak, but he spat out an arrow of blood from his mouth, piercing through the void and creating a black hole. As the blood gushed out of his mouth, his complexion instantly paled by 2 shades. The two of them exchanged blows with all their strength, and the result was obvious. He was absolutely at a disadvantage. Du Xiaofu's attack did not really land on his body, but the terrifying energy storm still caused him to suffer quite a bit of damage. The attack between the two of them was more like a confrontation of the power of laws. I admit that your physical body is indeed very strong, but if you want to kill me, you definitely won't be able to do it. Dai Xuanjin raised his sleeve and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he spoke with a cold gaze. He could naturally see the gap between the two of them. Although they were both at the perfect stage of the seizing divinity stage, the kid opposite him clearly had many more tricks up his sleeve. However, Dai Xuanjin was not afraid. He still had a trump card that he had not used. However, he did not want to use his strongest trump card unless it was a critical moment. Whether I can kill you or not, let's try again. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly as he took a step forward and suddenly stood still. He raised his hands and began to draw in the void. Strange hand seals formed one after another, condensing a strange and inexplicable charm that spread out. Buzz, as his hand seals condensed, a strange majesty suddenly rose in the space and brazenly suppressed Dai Xuanjin's soul, causing his heart to palpitate. Chi, chi, chi. Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to condense. They were complicated and obscure, carrying with them a vast and profound rhythm. Mysterious rays of light floated out from his body and shuttled back and forth outside his body. Boom! Suddenly a ray of light rushed out from Du Xiaofu's body and rose into the sky, occupying the position above his head. Qi! Immediately afterwards, another ray of light rushed out and arrived at his feet, stopping there motionlessly. These two balls of light, one above and one below, instantly separated. With a swoosh, the light above Du Xiaofu's head dispersed, and a huge 8 trigrams diagram appeared. It was like a divine disk that slowly rotated and occupied the void. And beneath his feet, a blazing flame rose and burned fiercely, releasing a terrifying high temperature. However, all of this seemed to be just the beginning, and it was far from over. Under Dai Xuanjin's shocked gaze, the purple-robed youth's body continued to change, causing his primordial spirit to tremble and his eyes to fiercely twitch. At this moment, fear finally rose in his heart. Chapter 27-28. Dai Xuanjin's eyes were filled with shock as a thunderclap suddenly resounded by his ears. After that, he saw a dazzling bolt of lightning surge out from the violet-robed young man's body. It was like an enormous net that went against the heavens and merged with the 8 trigrams above his head. Both of them emanated vast might. 2 types of similarly blazing lights shone upon each other, releasing an extremely dense pressure that caused one's heart to tremble, and even space rumbled without and along with it. The fusion of several laws. How is this possible? Dai Xuanjin muttered. He was deeply shocked by Du Xiaofu's ability and found it extremely hard to believe. He was naturally able to sense that the laws of lightning and the laws of fire were perfectly fused together in the technique executed by the violet-robed young man. This wasn't an illusion, but a true combination of 2 laws. It wasn't that no one could accomplish such a feat. There were even numerous people in the 33 heavens who could accomplish such a feat. However, when all of this was executed by a seizing god cultivator, the concept was completely different. Hum. Dai Xuanjin's shock didn't end there, because the changes to Du Xiaofu's body didn't stop there. Accompanied by a buzzing sound that caused one's ears to go blank, the space around the violet-robed young man directly began to distort. It looked like a ball of water that had been bound, and Du Xiaofu held it in his hand and allowed him to pinch and flatten it. However, the space stabilized in next to no time. At a glance, it didn't seem any different. He's added the laws of space. How did he accomplish such a feat? Dai Xuanjin was extremely shocked. If the violet-robed young man's ability was executed by a sever truth expert, he would absolutely not be as shocked as he was right now. Unlike Dai Xuanjin's emotional state, Du Xiaofu seemed rather calm at this moment. He was immersed in an indescribable state. The void 8 trigrams was comprehended from the space of the divine domain. It was a powerful technique left behind by the master of the 3,000 worlds, and it possessed unfathomable abilities. For example, Du Xiaofu's strength had grown too much over the years. However, as his cultivation continued to increase, he increasingly felt that it contained an extremely vast truth of the great Tao and the truth of the world. In the beginning, the void 8 trigrams could only evolve heavenly lightning, earth fire, mountains, rivers, and lakes. However, it didn't have a physical form. It was merely a manifestation of energy. Gradually, he was able to fuse the thunder martial vein with it and increase its power. Today, Du Xiaofu, who had grasped the truth of the laws, could already combine several laws and use them through the void 8 trigrams. Of course, he didn't know how powerful he would be under such circumstances. Regarding this, he had an extremely strong expectation in his heart. Hum. Along with the magical fluctuations, Du Xiaofu's surroundings continued to change. High in the sky, the 8 trigrams combined with the thunder martial vein. Below, mountains and rivers evolved and earth fire rose. It was as if it was real. However, he could clearly feel that the blazing earth fire was something that truly existed, and it possessed an indescribably ferocious power. At the same time, the space around him didn't look any different, but it was extremely different from usual. Under the influence of the absolute hegemony domain, it had become a forbidden area. That kid is too evil. I'm afraid young Master Dai is in trouble this time. In the distant crowd, Wang Qishuan said solemnly after recovering from his shock, I hope young Master Dai can hold him back. It shouldn't be long before experts arrive here. With the help of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation, no matter how strong he is, he definitely won't be able to survive. Zhong Su also frowned as he continued Wang Qishuan's words. Others might not be able to tell, but as experts of the God-seizing realm, even though they were standing far away, they could still sense the terrifying aura contained within the 8 trigrams. However, with the strength of the 2 of them, they were unable to do anything to help. They could only stand anxiously in the distance, and both of them broke out in cold sweat for Dai Xuanjin. Young Master Dai, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Du Xiaofu's voice was loud and clear, and it resounded in this space. Under the contrast of the huge 8 trigrams pattern, he was like a deity that had descended from the heavens, overbearing and extraordinary. His robes fluttered in the wind, but his entire person looked as if he had merged with nature, and he had endless majesty and charm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt as if his body was being supported by an indescribable power. He had the strength to dominate the heavens and destroy the earth, and he could look down on everything. At this moment, he felt a strength he had never felt before. Even if he was facing Dai Xuanjin, who was at the same cultivation realm as him, he was actually fully confident that he could directly crush Dai Xuanjin. Kid, don't be arrogant. I told you that it would absolutely not be so easy for you to kill me. Dai Xuanjin spoke coldly when facing Du Xiaofu's contempt, and his expression was extremely unsightly. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he couldn't help but feel deep fear towards the violet-robed young man in the depths of his heart. As he watched Du Xiaofu's imposing aura gradually rise, Dai Xuanjin didn't hesitate at all, and his black robes fluttered violently. After that, a wave of unusual aura swept out swiftly and swept swiftly through space. Gurgle, gurgle, the sound of water surging resounded. It wasn't loud, yet it entered clearly into the ears of everyone here. After that, a crystalline glow suddenly flickered beneath Dai Xuanjin's feet, and then a large river suddenly appeared. It rumbled as it flowed, and it carried surging waves as it charged into the 9 heavens. On the other hand, Dai Xuanjin stepped on it like a god that carried the might of the heavens. Kill! A soft shout came from Dai Xuanjin's mouth. Before Du Xiaofu could make a move, he took the initiative to launch a swift and fierce attack at him. A huge river rose into the air, and the head of the tide hung high in the 9 heavens. It was like an azure dragon raising its head and roaring ferociously. Its ferocious fangs were suffused with an awe-inspiring cold light as it bit towards Du Xiaofu. How dare you use such a petty trick to embarrass yourself? These words were uttered from Du Xiaofu's mouth. His expression did not change in the face of the huge river dragon that was pouncing towards him. However, his hand seal quietly changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 trigrams in the void above his head swelled in the wind and rapidly expanded. It brazenly pressed down and enveloped Dai Xuanjin, who was opposite him. At the same time, a deafening shout tore through the void and spread in all directions. Heaven above and earth below. Heavenly thunder, absolute destruction. Under the 8 trigrams, heavenly thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Dazzling runes interweaved into a huge lightning net that traversed the universe. The supreme yang energy swept out and directly suppressed the huge river dragon. After a rumble, a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly rushed out from the 8 trigrams in the void. It was even more dazzling than the scorching sun in the sky. This bolt of lightning carried with it an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, and it brazenly blasted towards Dai Xuanjin's head. Break! Dai Xuanjin let out a long roar. His feet stepped on the stars, and his arms waved in the void. Under his control, the water dragon moved in response to the momentum. The dragon's body that carried with it an explosive power twisted, and its huge tail lashed out, fiercely whipping towards Du Xiaofu's bolt of lightning. The supreme power suddenly collided, and violent waves of energy swept up huge waves that filled the sky and spread in all directions. The entire world shook. The light of the lightning and the river dragon exploded at the same time, and finally dissipated into the void. Dai Xuanjin was sent flying by the huge shock, and a stream of blood spurted out from his mouth. However, during this process, Du Xiaofu quickly chased after him, and at the same time his hand seals were constantly changing. An invisible power rippled, and with him as the center, the 8 trigrams in the void continued to spread out. The 8 trigrams were evolving, changing and deriving, heaven above and earth below. Earth fire bright destruction. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, rolling flames quickly rose from under his feet like a sea of fire, intertwining, entangling, and fusing with the light of the lightning, converging into an even more powerful attack. The flames spread, and the fire spread, wrapped in a blazing heat wave, and burned directly to Dai Xuanjin's feet. "You want to kill me? It's not that easy." Dai Xuanjin's eyes narrowed, and at the critical moment, a white mist gushed out from his body, tightly enveloping his body. Then the mist changed and directly covered the surface of his body, turning into a shining armor, firmly protecting him within it. When he finished doing all this, the fire that Du Xiaofu had created with the law of fire climbed onto his body and began to burn fiercely. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Under the burning of the blazing flames, the armor on Dai Xuanjin's body made an ear-piercing sound, like water droplets splashing into a pot of boiling oil. The ice armor quickly melted, and once again turned into thick clouds of mist, which also extinguished most of the raging flames, and no longer had much destructive power. Such a scene made Dai Xuanjin unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really frightened by the pressure emanating from Du Xiaofu's body earlier, and deeply felt that it was very difficult for him to be a match for his strength. However, now, it seemed that the other party was a little more bark than bite, and the attack launched by the other party was something that he could resist with all his strength. "You're just for show, nothing more. If that's all you've got, then the one who will die today will definitely be you." Dai Xuanjin's eyes were cold as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said gloomily. He knew in his heart that the news had already been spread, and as long as the strong reinforcements arrived, everything would turn for the better. "Just for show? Since you think so, then I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." Du Xiaofu snorted as he stepped into the void. Under the cover of the 8 trigrams in the void, the heavenly lightning, earthly fire, mountains, rivers, and lakes all moved with him. The seals in his hand were constantly formed, complex and changing, containing profound mysteries, and emitting a vast charm that made the world tremble. Rumble, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the 8 trigrams, thunder was vast and mighty, shaking the void, and raging flames were torrential, burning the sky. In addition, there were also mountains moving horizontally, shaking the sky, and rivers roaring, turbid waves surging into the sky. Various scenes were fluctuating, and Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in them. Rays of light circulated, fluctuating with blazing power. "Kill!" Du Xiaofu let out a roar that shattered the void. Walala! As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 trigrams diagram began to spin rapidly. Bolts of lightning poured out, and at the same time, terrifying flames spread out. The 2 types of powerful laws intertwined and fused into one, and they swept towards Dai Xuanjin. Facing such a terrifying attack, Dai Xuanjin's expression changed several times, as if he was making a difficult choice. However, in the end, his gaze became firm, and there was also a hint of heartache. "Kid, I'll let you see what true strength is," Dai Xuanjin said gloomily as he watched Du Xiaofu's movements. He was not slow either, and he moved quickly. He suddenly opened his hands, and a ball of black light flew out from each of his palms, emitting a whistling sound that made one's soul tremble. It was as if a malicious spirit had come out, and the aura of a fiend god rolled out. The weak water of the Nether River devours all things. Kill! Dai Xuanjin shouted sternly, and the black light in his hands became even darker and deeper. He stretched out his hands in front of him, and a thin stream of light poured out from the two balls of black light at the same time, flying in the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Once these two slender streams of light appeared, they did not cause too much of a commotion. However, one could see with the naked eye that two pitch-black marks were being corroded in the space. Under Dai Xuanjin's control, the two slender streams of light began to intertwine and spin. They intertwined in a spiral and merged into one. Then they rapidly grew in size, like a long black river that extended out in the void. "Eh-ho-oh!" An ear-piercing howl was heard. It was like a dragon's roar, but it did not have the domineering aura of a dragon's roar. Instead, it possessed endless viciousness and filth. Accompanied by such a sound, the black light that surged out immediately turned into a huge snake that flickered with a dim light. Waves of black mist were spat out from the snake's mouth, and space was silently eroded. "Is this your trump card?" Such a scene caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to tremble. He could clearly feel that the black snake was incomparably terrifying. It was like a creature of the netherworld, carrying with it the power of extreme een and evil. It was as if it could split apart all existences in this world. It was terrifying and intimidating. However, he did not feel much fear because of this. He continued to control the sea of lightning and fire, brazenly suppressing it. This is the weak water of the Nether River, taken from the netherworld. Even my great void divine general's estate does not have many. To be able to die under such a treasure, you should be proud. Dai Xuanjin said coldly, waving his hand, "Little bastard, now you should pay the price for everything you've done." "Aoo!" The huge black snake hissed and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The evil aura fluctuated, and without dodging, it directly charged into Du Xiaofu's sea of lightning and fire. These two, one was domineering and fierce, the other was vicious and evil. After the initial contact, they blended together and rapidly began to consume each other violently. The power of thunder and lightning brazenly struck, and the power of the raging flames burned fiercely. The giant snake roared, and the snake's tail moved, stirring up the sea of lightning and fire. "Aoo!" The black snake kept hissing, and the sound pierced through metal and stone, piercing one's eardrums. Its body not only carried an evil aura that corroded everything, but also had a power that shook the world. It kept rolling in the sea of lightning and fire. The domineering and blazing energy in the field was rapidly consumed. Soon, the endless sea of lightning and fire was swallowed up and disappeared. However, the body of the giant black snake was only half destroyed, and it still continued to charge towards Du Xiaofu. What a terrifying, corrosive power! Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered, and his heart palpitated. He had attacked with all his strength, using the power of the fusion of two laws, but he hadn't caused much damage to the black snake. This made him feel inconceivable. It had to be known that this was the power of laws, and it wasn't weak. Any ordinary seizing divinity realm master who came into contact with it would absolutely lose a layer of skin. However, the black snake formed from Dai Xuanjin's Nether River's weak water actually retained most of its power. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel very dignified. He seemed to have underestimated this opponent. He didn't know if the Nether River's water was, as the other party had said. It came from the yellow springs of the Netherworld, and was this world's most een object. If that was the case, then dealing with it today would be very troublesome. In the legends of the world, the yellow springs of the Netherworld existed in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was the world's most mysterious existence. Not to mention Du Xiaofu, even in existence like the skywood divine, tree's old ancestor, didn't know much about it. Who would have thought that Dai Xuanjin would be able to take out such a treasure? It was truly shocking. Extreme yin and extreme yang, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Since it's an object from the netherworld, then I'll use the most overbearing method to deal with it. Du Xiaofu thought about how to deal with it, but at the same time his movements didn't stop. Under the 8 trigrams diagram, the violet-robed young man's hand seals were constantly condensing, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he was brewing an invisible force, and he allowed the black snake to charge to his side. Such a distance had already completely entered the range of Du Xiaofu's spatial domain. Absolute domineering domain. Suppress. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly. He didn't even think about it before the spatial laws moved brazenly. The invisible power of the laws ferociously attacked, and it fiercely pressed down on the black snake. Roar! A mighty force burst out and pressed down, pressing down on the black snake to the point it howled. It was as if it had fallen into a sticky quagmire, and its speed dropped sharply. The snake struggled with all its might, and it pressed down on the space around Du Xiaofu to the point it constantly warped and deformed. Humph! The power of the spatial laws can't stop me. Dai Xuanjin snorted coldly. His body suddenly shook and a powerful aura burst out. Under the guidance of his aura, waves of black gas rippled out from the black snake's body, corroding the space inch by inch and emitting a sizzling sound. Then, the black snake seemed to have suddenly broken free from a huge shackle and obtained a certain amount of freedom. Its speed increased explosively again, and it twisted its body to pounce. Du Xiaofu's spatial domain could no longer trap it. Chapter 27-29. Invisible traces of laws were corroded by the power of the black snake. It was as if shackles had been broken and collapsed. Du Xiaofu only felt his mind tremble as he endured a great pressure. The treasures in the 33 heavens were indeed so unpredictable. The black snake, formed from the underworld river's weak water, really had the ability to corrode everything. It's a waste to have such a good thing in your hands. Du Xiaofu's eyes involuntarily revealed some greed when he saw the enormous black snake twisting and turning in front of him with a ferocious aura. He licked his lips and muttered. He coveted this kind of treasure very much. If he could obtain it, it should be able to bring him a lot of comprehension in the water attribute laws. Without any delay, Du Xiaofu instantly waved his hand. Several streams of light rushed out from between his eyebrows and rushed toward the huge black snake. They turned into 9 purple lightning cauldrons and tightly surrounded it in the center. Rumble! The 9 cauldrons moved horizontally in the void, oppressing the space until it rumbled and emitting a vast power. Terrifying purple lightning poured down and spread out in the void. Lightning filled the sky. 9 cauldrons come out together, suppress all living things. Du Xiaofu roared, and 9 huge lightning bolts suddenly appeared from the 8 trigrams in the void, connecting with the 9 divine lightning cauldrons. The terrifying qi vibrated and continuously entered the cauldrons, adding to the terrifying power. Roar! Surrounded by the 9 cauldrons, the huge black snake hissed and howled. It seemed that, at this moment, it also felt a great threat. The snake's body twisted, and its huge tail slammed down toward one of the lightning cauldrons. Clang! A loud sound shook the air. It was like the sound of heaven. However, the lightning cauldron that was hit didn't move at all. It was like a towering mountain. It only shook twice before stabilizing again. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth could not help but curl into a smile when he saw this scene. How could something left behind by the master of the 3,000 greater worlds be so easily shaken? Moreover, a black snake formed by the weak water of the Nether River was not known for its strength. Aho! After its attack failed, the black snake hissed again. Waves of monstrous black gas gushed out from its body and continuously corroded the space. At the same time, it wanted to corrode the purple thunder profound cauldron. However, when that extremely terrifying black mist really touched the purple lightning profound cauldrons, the 9 divine lightning cauldrons let out a trembling sound at the same time. Large amounts of purple gold lightning spilled out, and the power of extreme yang shot out, crushing all the black mist. What kind of treasure is that? How can it be so powerful? The eyes of Dai Xuanjin, who was controlling the black snake, trembled fiercely. He was horrified by the power of the 9 divine lightning cauldrons. The weak water of the river Styx was obtained from the netherworld Yellow Springs. There were not many things in the world that could compare to the weak water of the river Styx. Even with the power of the divine general's residents of the Great Void sect, they had only obtained a few drops after paying a huge price. As Dai Xuanjin's strongest move, he had to think for a long time to use it here. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. He originally thought that he could easily kill the purple-robed youth by using a drop of the weak water of the Nether River. However, when he saw the 9 divine lightning cauldrons, Dai Xuanjin was a little suspicious of his opponent's identity. Which great power and inheritance's disciple could have such a terrifying treasure with him? Those 9 terrifying cauldrons had at least surpassed the category of divine artifacts and reached the level of nomological true weapons. If that was the case, it was really too terrifying. If that's all you have, then I won't be polite. This drop of weak water of the Nether River is mine from now on. Du Xiaofu didn't think so much. He only spoke softly and controlled the purple thunder profound cauldron to descend. Rumble, loud rumbles sounded as the 9 divine lightning cauldrons moved with the momentum, carrying an unparalleled force as they suppressed together. Torrential lightning struck, and the purple gold light instantly engulfed the huge black snake. Endless thunder and lightning boiled, rolling and roaring, and the loud noise shook the heavens. Even though the black snake had the power to erode everything, it couldn't withstand the continuous bombardment of thunder and lightning. No, Dai Xuanjin shouted anxiously. He flew and pounced on Du Xiaofu, trying to stop him. Is this all the young master of the Great Void Divine General's estate can do? Du Xiaofu snorted. The Void 8 trigrams spun rapidly, releasing a monstrous pressure. The domineering domain, which had fused with the 8 trigrams, was unleashed again. In an instant, Dai Xuanjin's figure was confined, and his speed was greatly reduced. He was no longer a threat to Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the 9 divine lightning cauldrons shone brightly, and at the same time, they closed in and suppressed the black snake. The 9 cauldrons were heavy weapons, and the ferocious power they carried released a domineering aura that suppressed the black snake, causing it to roll and roar continuously. Ao, ao, ao. The terrifying thunderbolts struck out, but they couldn't cause any harm to the snake. However, in the face of the combined attack of the 9 cauldrons, the snake could only struggle in the limited space. Waves of black mist emerged from the black snake's body, and its body quickly shrank. In the end, it became the size of a palm. Under the terrifying pressure of the purple thunder profound cauldron, it could no longer maintain its huge body. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted. His body moved under the void 8 trigrams, and he walked toward the palm-sized black snake. At the same time, he waved his hand and passed through the seal of the 9 purple thunder profound cauldrons. He grabbed the snake in his palm of light and brought it to his side. Waves of power shot out and wiped out the imprint that Dai Xuanjin had placed on the black snake. In the end, the black snake turned into a drop of liquid that was as black as ink, and Du Xiaofu held it in his hand. The weak water of the Nether River. What a terrifying power of Yin! A terrifying corrosive power burst out, trying to invade Du Xiaofu's Xian Qi outside of his body, and then break into his immortal Xian body. However, under the pressure of the powerful aura, all of this was blocked by Du Xiaofu. Without Dai Xuanjin's control, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of this drop of the weak water of the Nether River. He took out a jade bottle from his cosmos bag and put the drop of the weak water of the Nether River into it. Then he put it away, and a smile appeared on his face. He was satisfied. "Little bastard, how dare you?" Seeing Du Xiaofu take away the weak water of the Nether River, Dai Xuanjin was furious. That was his most precious treasure and his biggest reliance in the origin space. Even the great Void Divine General's residence was unwilling to bear such a loss. Originally, he thought that he could use this treasure to easily kill the purple-robed young man in front of him, even if he had to consume more than half of the weak water of the Nether River. However, after Duke Xiaofu took it away, Dai Xuanjin felt a lump of anger in his chest. His vision turned black, and he could not recover for a long time. "Young Master Dai of the Great Void Divine General's residence, are you going to admit defeat so quickly?" Du Xiaofu said with a smile, looking at Dai Xuanjin. "Kid, the Great Void Divine General's residence will not let you go." Dai Xuanjin clenched his teeth and said hatefully. The little bastard in front of him had already formed a deep grudge with him. His second brother was crippled by him, and Dai Xuanjin had ruined their plan to save the sixth prince and the little princess. Today, Dai Xuanjin had taken away his treasure. How could Dai Xuanjin not feel resentful? However, he was indeed no match for Dai Xuanjin. If they fought head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage in the end. At this moment, Dai Xuanjin wanted to retreat, and he wanted to break free. "You still dare to talk big in front of me at this time. I don't know if you're stupid or if you think I'm stupid. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Du Xiaofu looked at Dai Xuanjin mockingly and said word by word. As he spoke, his tone became deeper and deeper. The grudge had already been formed. With Du Xiaofu's character, he would naturally kill until the end. He would not allow any threat to exist. He did not think too much and waved his hand. The 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons in the void whistled and moved, heading straight for Dai Xuanjin. Each of the 9 cauldrons carried a monstrous strength and released an extremely terrifying pressure. They were like numerous large mountains that were bathed in the lightning glow that filled the sky as they pressed down on Lin Fan's head. "Ah!" Dai Xuanjin let out a tragic cry. Endless power shot out as he tried to break free from the 9 purple, lightning, profound cauldrons. However, the domineering domain that had fused with the void 8 trigrams had a powerful binding force. No matter how hard he struggled, he could only use a small part of his movement. How could he be faster than the purple, lightning, profound cauldrons? In just an instant, the 9 cauldrons rumbled as they arrived and smashed onto Dai Xuanjin in unison. At this moment, the first young master of the Great Void General's residence finally felt despair. His body trembled violently, and a look of horror brewed in his gloomy eyes as his pupils rapidly shrank. But in the end, he could not escape the judgment of fate. Under the restriction of Du Xiaofu's domineering domain, Dai Xuanjin had no ability to resist at all. He could only let the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons hit him one by one. Dong, 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 dong. Every hit made a dull sound as if a heavy hammer was hitting a muffled drum. Dai Xuanjin spat out mouthfuls of blood. His chest caved in under the tremendous force, and every bone was broken into pieces. When the 9th purple lightning profound cauldron landed, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang and filled the void. Then, Du Xiaofu gently waved his hand. A strong wind appeared out of thin air and blew away the blood mist, causing it to disappear into thin air. "This young Master Dai is dead. Young Master Dai died so quickly. How is this possible? With young Master Dai's strength, he did not even have the power to resist in front of that guy. This is too terrifying. Who is he? How can he be so terrifying? Is this the kid's true strength? It's unbelievable. They're both at the perfect stage of seizing divinity. Why is the gap so great?" In the distance, the people from the several divine generals' estates saw everything with their eyes, and all of them were filled with panic. They found it very difficult to understand why two people with similar cultivation could have such a huge gap in their true strength. That purple-robed young man's methods were really too shocking. "Big brother!" In the crowd, Dai Xuanzi let out a miserable cry. He was so despondent. His big brother was like a god in his heart. His talent was outstanding, and he was the strongest among his 3 brothers. But now his second brother was crippled, and his big brother died in Du Xiaofu's hands. This made Dai Xuanzi feel unprecedented despair. No matter what, he did not dare to believe that everything before his eyes was reality. "Oh no, young Master Dai is dead. We can't stop him anymore. Retreat quickly. Otherwise, only death is left for us." After the initial shock, the dozens of people quickly came to their senses. That purple-robed young man was like a god of death, making them unconsciously feel terrified. Before the other powerhouses arrived, they really didn't dare to face them head-on. At this time, if they didn't withdraw quickly, what awaited them was only death and the disappearance of their Tao. Retreat quickly. Retreat to the periphery of the array, under the restriction of the divine wilderness heavenlock array. That kid has no way back. Let's go. As long as we retreat a little, he won't be able to catch up to us. When the other experts come in, they will have a chance to join forces to kill him. Everyone was in a panic. How would they dare to stay near Du Xiaofu? They quickly moved and flew towards the periphery of the mountain range. However, these people were not afraid. Under the cover of the divine wilderness heavenlock array, that kid would not be able to do anything. As long as they escaped from this area, he would not be able to do anything to them. Run. Dai Xuanzi quickly recovered from his sorrow and followed the other experts. His big brother was dead. His second brother was crippled, but he could not let anything happen to him. Otherwise, who would inherit the great void divine general's estate? Want to escape? Since you're here, then none of you can leave. Leave your lives behind. Looking at the dozens of people, Du Xiaofu softly opened his mouth and muttered. Since they were enemies, there was no reason for him to let them go. Kill. Behind Du Xiaofu, the golden rock wings appeared and flapped rapidly, filling the sky with golden light. As long as his body flashed, he would disappear from his original spot. The golden rock's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with the people from the divine general's estate. The 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons followed behind him like shadows, emitting a ferocious aura that covered the sky and earth. That guy is chasing us. Run, run. We'll be safe if we move forward a little more. Among the dozens of people, no one was weak. Although their speed was not as fast as Du Xiaofu, they were all extremely fast. They moved with all their might and flew in one direction. After traveling for another few dozen miles, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We're safe. We're safe here. We have the precepts to travel through the array. No matter how capable that guy is, he can't catch up with us. He'll soon be lost in the array. Everyone felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. They all stood in the distance and watched the purple-robed youth fly over. Kid, you won't live for long. Even if you don't die today, the divine general's estate will hunt you down. Dai Xuanzi looked at Du Xiaofu with hatred and swore in his heart. At this moment, he was actually grateful to the purple-robed youth. Because of what the purple-robed youth had done, Dai Xuanzi had the chance to inherit everything from the divine general's estate. After this operation in the chaotic element space, all the credit that the divine general's estate had obtained would be on his head. And all of this was thanks to that kid. However, no matter how much gratitude there was, it had little to do with hatred. That little bastard still had to die. Kid, let's see how you're going to act when you're trapped in the divine barren heaven lock formation. Dozens of people held their breaths and quietly watched the purple-robed youth fly over. As the distance between them grew closer and closer, there was no fear in their eyes like before. On the contrary, everyone was looking forward to it. They were silently counting down in their hearts. as if they would see the purple-robed youth crash into the invisible barrier in the next moment. However, Du Xiaofu's body swept across and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Everyone's expectant gazes had yet to fade, but they stood in their original spots in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Such a scene petrified them. They simply could not believe that what they were seeing was reality. In fact, Du Xiaofu was indeed affected by the divine Barren Heavenlock formation as he moved forward. There was a huge resistance, but after he executed the domain of absolute hegemony, it was just as Elder Kong had said. He directly plucked himself out, and he was within an independent space that didn't affect the space of the divine desolation Heavenlock formation in the slightest. As such, the formation was no longer able to restrain his footsteps, and he could freely travel through it. Clearly, such a scene caused the people from the divine general's estates to be inexplicably astonished. How? How could this be? The divine Barren Heavenlock formation can't trap him. How is this possible? Many people were horrified. Due to the huge shock, they did not think of continuing to flee. All of you are stretching your necks and standing here. Do you all want to die so badly? Du Xiaofu said coldly. He waved his arm, and the 9 divine lightning cauldrons suddenly flew out. They turned into 9 streams of light and charged towards the crowd. Ah, run. Only then did the dozens of people wake up from their stupor. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Only now did they think of continuing to flee. However, Du Xiaofu's speed was not something these people could match. The 9 cauldrons shook the sky, and torrential purple lightning poured down, instantly engulfing the figures of more than 10 people. A large amount of lightning rose, and a destructive aura shot out, obliterating the bodies of the experts, turning them into a bloody mist. Shrill cries spread out in the sky. The lineup of dozens of people was crushed in an instant, and the scene was too horrible to look at. Don't come over. Don't come over. Dai Xuanzi, who was in the crowd, directly collapsed and fell to the ground as he shouted in panic. His gaze carried unprecedented fear. The 9 divine lightning cauldrons that fluttered in the sky were like world-shocking weapons that emitted a terrifying might. The violet-robed young man before him was like a peerless demon king that walked towards him step by step. Chapter 2730. Dai Xuanzi was paralyzed on the ground as he watched Du Xiaofu walk over step by step. He used both his hands and legs to kick about as boundless shock surged out from his eyes. You know fear now? Weren't you quite arrogant when you were being savage with me a few days ago? Du Xiaofu didn't pay attention to his shock at all. He stretched out his hand and beckoned from afar. A divine lightning cauldron whistled over and smashed towards Dai Xuanzhen. He didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Since Dai Xuanzi was an enemy, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Bang! An enormous crater appeared on the ground where Dai Xuanzhen was standing. Shattered rocks were scattered all over the ground, and a wisp of dark red could be faintly seen mixed together with a dense smell of blood. I don't care what divine general estate you're from. Since you've offended me, then all of you can go die. Du Xiaofu lightly snorted. The 9 cauldrons whistled through the air like numerous, enormous mountains. They carried the force of 1,000 kilograms as they crushed all the people from the various divine general estate. Not a single one was left alive. After doing all this, he didn't delay any longer. He directly flew up and flew towards the outer area of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation. With the assistance of the absolute hegemony domain, the grand formation was no longer able to trap him, and Du Xiaofu was able to freely travel through it. In this way, he raised his speed to the limit and quickly left the range of the grand formation. There are still many fortuitous encounters in the origin space. Such benefits are absolutely not to be missed. Du Xiaofu released He Bai, Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingyu, and the others from the ancient desolate space. His gaze focused into the distance as he muttered to himself in a low voice. However, the people around him were not in the mood to listen to his words. After He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingyu, and the others had joined forces with the various divine general estate, how could they still have the mood to look for fortuitous encounters? To them, this was no longer a land of treasures that contained countless benefits. Instead, it was a place where they could be killed at any time. As far as he knew, there were already people from the Divine General's residence of Taishu Divine General, Yuanding Divine General, Xianhuang Divine General, Niahuang Divine General, and Yinhe Divine General. They had already plotted many things before entering the primordial space. Among the remaining 5 Divine General Estate, only the Divine General Zihong Divine General's estate, where Hijibai was from. As for the other 4 Divine General Estate, they still didn't know whether they were friends or foe. Therefore, the 6th Prince and the little princess both wanted to find their royal brothers and sisters first, and unite all their forces to face the crisis together. This was the best choice. 6th Princess, how many royal brothers and sisters are in the origin space? Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at Yu Qingliang and Yu Qingyu. In addition to 6th brother and I, 3rd sister, 4th brother, and 5th brother are also here. As long as we meet up with them, it won't be so easy for those divine generals' manners to attack us. The little princess Yu Qingyu pursed her red lips and said softly. While she was speaking, a slender hand lifted a strand of hair from her forehead. Her delicate face was indescribably moving. Apart from the 5 of us, there's also Sister Jixin from the Zihong Divine General's estate. We have to find her as soon as possible to prevent those Divine Generals' estate from plotting against her. No one outside should know about what happened here. It's better to spread the news as soon as possible. Yu Chengliang thought for a while and said. The worry in his words was obvious. The news indeed needs to be spread. But if we spread it rashly, I'm afraid that those Divine Generals' residences will stake everything. Now that the 4 Divine Generals' residences have lost a lot of people, they still have a lot of power outside. It seems that many big and small forces in the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom have also joined them. We can't be careless. Hijibai once again displayed his otherworldly aura and calmly analyzed. When he and Du Xiaofu entered the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock Formation, they were intercepted by people from the Evergreen Valley. In the depths of the formation, they saw hundreds of people besieging the 6th Prince and the little princess. It was obvious that those Divine Generals' residences had joined forces with many other forces to prepare for a shocking move. Brother Jibai is right. The little princess nodded and agreed with Hijibai's words. Brother Du, what are you going to do next? Hijibai turned his head and asked Du Xiaofu. As he spoke, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. However, it was only for a fleeting moment, and he concealed it very well. Although he really wanted Du Xiaofu to travel with him, Hijibai also knew that his brother Du was quite opinionated. He and the others had already caused him so much trouble, so it was not good to ask for his help. We're not familiar with this place, and we don't know where your companions are. Why don't we travel together? We can slowly plan for the rest. Du Xiaofu thought for a moment and said, he only felt that Hijibai was a good person. Not only did he look very similar to Qingguyu, they were both so handsome and had the same straightforward personality, which suited Du Xiaofu's taste. The biggest difference was in the temperament of the two. One was warm and the other was cold. If that's the case, then that's great. When the little princess heard Du Xiaofu's words, she suddenly shouted and clapped her hands in joy. But just as she finished her actions, she seemed to have thought of something, and her voice came to an abrupt stop. Her swan-like neck suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Cough, cough! Seeing this, Yu Chengliang coughed dryly and said, if that's the case, we'll have to continue to trouble Brother Du. They had all seen Du Xiaofu's strength and were deeply impressed. Everyone had considered in their hearts that the purple-robed young man in front of them was probably difficult to find a real opponent among the younger generation of experts in the entire Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. After they walked out of the ancient desolate space and heard Du Xiaofu say that Dai Xuanjin, Zhongsu, Wang Qishuan, Qi Weicheng, and Qi Weidan had all died, Yu Chengliang, He Jibai, and the others were really shocked for a long time. To be able to ignore the restrictions of the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation and kill Dai Xuanjin and so many experts with his own strength, this was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This time, Du Xiaofu had already helped them a lot. If they could still travel together, it would be an unknowingly greater guarantee. Don't delay, let's go. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. He directly waved his hand and let everyone into the distance. The matter in the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation had been settled for the time being, and there were many experts on the way. Du Xiaofu did not want to continue wasting time there. On the one hand, he did not want to miss the benefits of the origin space. On the other hand, it was time for him to find the chaotic origin energy and break through to the true severing realm. However, he still had a strange feeling about breaking through to the true severing realm. Thinking about it, what Elder Kong told him should not be the real situation. Ever since living beings stepped on the path of cultivation, they naturally needed to rely on many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to break through and improve. However, if it was said that the chaotic origin energy was the only thing to enter the true severing realm, he would not believe it no matter what. There must be other methods, such as using one's own comprehension and cultivation to break through. However, since this was the cultivation method of everyone in the 33 heavens, it was not good for him to question too much. Everything, when it was time to know, there would be a conclusion. Along the way, they did not have a clear direction. They were like headless flies, wandering around in the primal chaos space. During this time, He Jibai and Yu Chengliang both tried to contact the people maintaining order in the origin space, wanting to pass on the situation here to the outside world. However, with those people's ability to be elusive, wanting to find them was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Most importantly, with the divine, desolate Heavenlock formation in the way, the many experts maintaining order were unable to discover that several divine generals' estates had joined forces to kill the princes and princesses. Naturally, they would not easily reveal themselves. Next, we have to do our best to cause trouble here. The bigger the trouble, the better. Let those experts maintaining order intervene. At that time, everything will naturally become clear. Du Xiaofu said as he flew. He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, and Yu Qinyu all nodded, deeply feeling that this was a good idea. However, before that, they still had to gather everyone in one place to prevent the matter from becoming too big to be resolved. I'm just afraid that after the divine general's estates outside know about the situation, they will directly take action and cause even more trouble. Although Yu Chengliang agreed with Du Xiaofu's words, he was also more worried. If the matter was exposed early, it would force the divine general's estates to stake everything on a single throw. At that time, there would definitely be more chaos. However, they were not afraid. With the existence of the Yu Qing divine kingdom's imperial family, they were not afraid that the divine general's estates would rebel. Just the Yu Qing divine emperor alone was enough to intimidate many divine generals. In addition, the imperial family naturally had other experts. The divine general's estates did not have the power to overthrow the divine kingdom's rule. Where is the origin chaos energy and how to obtain it? Do you know? Du Xiaofu asked softly. Right now, what he wanted the most was the origin chaos energy. As long as he broke through to the true severing realm, he would have more power to protect himself. In the 33 heavens, where there were countless experts, strength was the foundation of a foothold. Outside, the tomboy Little Xingxing and the others' whereabouts were unknown. He still needed to search for them. Furthermore, many of his family and friends in Shenwu world should still be eagerly waiting for him, hoping that he could establish a foundation and bring them to explore this vast world. Du Xiaofu could imagine how anxious those fellows would be after he left without saying goodbye with a few of his men. It was because of these considerations that Du Xiaofu did not want to waste any more time in the origin space. He wanted to use the matter of the divine general's estates rebelling to create a huge commotion and find an opportunity to leave this place early. 20 years of training, to him, was far too long. This place was indeed a treasure trove. But to him, the most useful thing was the origin chaos energy that could help him break through to the true severing realm. The origin chaos energy is the most important thing in the origin space. In this entire space, if there is no origin chaos energy, then there is not much meaning to it. Otherwise, the Yuqing Divine Kingdom would not treat this place as the most important treasure trove for the younger generation to train here. As the sixth prince of the Divine Kingdom, Yu Changliang understood everything very well. He paused for a moment, then continued. This space was left behind from the ancient times. After Pangu split the heavens and earth, it was the last place left behind by the chaos. In the entire Yuqing Divine Kingdom, only here can you find origin chaos energy. Naturally, many of the great powers have a lot of it, but to the younger generation of experts, searching and fighting here can not only help them break through, but also train them. It is killing two birds with one stone. Brother Du, if you want to find origin chaos energy, it is not difficult, but you will have to face some challenges to do so. That's right, origin chaos energy does not exist in a physical state. It cannot be used directly. You can only find a place that contains origin chaos energy and extract it step by step to condense it into origin chaos energy. He Jibai said to Du Xiaofu after Yu Chenliang's words. Extract it step by step? Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He did not expect that origin chaos energy would have to be obtained in this way. It seemed that this was indeed a challenge, and it was not as easy as he had imagined. As for the place where origin chaos energy can be extracted, you will need to have a keen sense of the laws to find it. We can't be sure of the specifics, but we can be sure that with Brother Du's understanding of the laws, as long as you come across such a place, you will be able to determine that there is origin chaos energy there. Yu Chengliang looked at Du Xiaofu, smiled slightly, and said again, "Why is that?" Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He looked at Yu Chengliang, then at He Jibai, and asked, "I wonder if Brother Du has heard of origin chaos energy?" He Jibai asked with a smile, but before Du Xiaofu could answer, he continued, "When you reach the great completion stage of the seizing divinity stage, you will have a complete mastery of the laws. You can sense origin chaos energy, and origin chaos energy can be condensed into origin chaos energy. Origin chaos energy condenses into origin chaos energy. So that's how it is." Du Xiaofu finally understood that origin chaos energy must be extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to sense it after mastering a complete mastery of the laws. After knowing these things, he felt a little more confident in his heart. If he wanted to obtain origin chaos energy and step into the truth severing stage, he must first sense origin chaos energy. In the process of their conversation, they did not stop their footsteps. With their strength, flying in the void was really incomparably fast. In less than half a day, they had already traveled tens of thousands of miles. Endless mountains and rivers flew past their feet at a rapid speed. After a series of exchanges, everyone stopped talking and just kept moving forward. They only wanted to find the other princes and princesses as soon as possible, as well as He Jibai's sister, He Jixin, and the others. However, while everyone was hurrying, they also released the power of their primordial spirit and constantly probed everything around them, so as not to miss some incredible opportunities. But in reality, their main focus right now was not on finding benefits, so they directly skipped over many ordinary treasured lands. Every place in the origin space carries an aura that is completely different from the outside world. It's incomparably vast. Just the Yuqing Divine Kingdom has such an extraordinary place. Then, in the entire 33 heavens, how many powerful secret places are there? As Du Xiaofu walked forward, he was thinking about some random things in his heart. He was truly lamenting about the vastness of the origin space. Moreover, the aura here was extremely extraordinary, and it contained endless opportunities and benefits. If it were not for the matters of the outside world, he really wanted to make good use of these 20 years and explore this place properly. He believed that, by then, he would definitely reap a great harvest. But some things were far more important than obtaining benefits. Right. How could I forget such an important thing? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu slapped his head and secretly called himself stupid. But when his actions fell into the eyes of He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, and the others, they all looked at him with strange gazes. They did not know what Du Xiaofu had thought of and why he suddenly showed such an expression. Elder Kong has stayed in the origin space for a few tens of thousands of years. If there's anything, can't you just ask that old man directly? Du Xiaofu paid no attention to their strange gazes and directly separated a strand of his soul core to enter the origin space. After a wave of light flashed before his eyes, the figure of the flaming skeleton that sat cross-legged on the ground appeared before him. Elder Kong! The energy of his soul core transformed into the appearance of Du Xiaofu's main body, and he directly flashed over to Elder Kong's side before shouting out. But his shout didn't draw any movement from the flaming skeleton. At this moment, the flaming skeleton seemed to have fallen into a deep state of cultivation. Elder Kong! Du Xiaofu shouted once more. This time his voice was even louder and sharper, and it pierced his own ears to the point they hurt. Stinking kid, I told you not to disturb me. What are you making a fuss about? Elder Kong was shaken by Du Xiaofu's roar to the point his bones trembled, and he instantly left his state of cultivation and cried out with displeasure. Strands of crimson-red flames shot out from the 7 apertures of the flaming skeleton. Obviously, at this moment, he was greatly infuriated by Du Xiaofu's actions. Hee. When facing the furious Elder Kong, Du Xiaofu squeezed out a smile and said stiffly, Junior has something to ask of you. Can't you put it aside for later? You're actually disturbing me from recovering my strength. Don't ask, I don't know anything. Elder Kong was unable to restrain his rage, and he turned his face to the side and left Du Xiaofu with a bright red back of his head. Du Xiaofu was astounded. This old fellow's temper is really not small. He thought for a moment and grinned. Elder Kong, I only have a few questions, and I'll naturally leave once I'm done asking. And I won't disturb your recovery any longer. With your answers, my strength will surely improve even more swiftly. At that time, it would surely be twice the result with half the effort to help you find treasures. Don't you think so? The flaming skeleton stared straight at Du Xiaofu and was silent for a long time before it said impatiently, If you have something to say, just say it. Fuck off after you're done asking. And don't come hovering before me. Chapter 27:31. The smile on Du Xiaofu's face grew wider when he heard Elder Kong. He knew that this old fellow was a true eternal realm expert, and under the circumstances that the meditative realm experts in the 33 heavens didn't make an appearance, he was an absolute peak existence. Besides that, he was familiar with the ancestor of Yu Qing Divine Kingdom as well. Even though his words were filled with disdain towards the ancestor, the relationship between the two of them was surely not ordinary. Of course, all of this was only something that Du Xiaofu could figure out with slight inference. What he was most concerned about was how Elder Kong had entered the chaotic dimension. If he obtained Elder Kong's help, then would he have the chance to leave this dimension in advance and do what he wanted to do? Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to ask directly, Elder Kong, I want to leave the chaotic dimension in advance. Do you have any way to help me? Elder Kong glanced angrily at him and said, If my strength was still present, then how could this dimension be able to trap me? But now my strength isn't even 10% of my peak state, so it's impossible for me to help you. Otherwise, I would have left by myself a long time ago, and wouldn't have to stay here and listen to your nonsense. Elder Kong, don't you have a deep relationship with the ancestor of Yu Qing Divine Kingdom? You ought to have a way to contact him, right? If you're able to ask him for help, then wouldn't you be able to leave at any time? Du Xiaofu looked hopefully at the flaming skull as he asked. Humph. Elder Kong grunted coldly and said, I've been trapped here for a few tens of thousands of years. If that old kid finds out about this, then wouldn't he laugh his head off? I refuse. Even if I'm trapped here to death, I'll absolutely not ask him for help. Du Xiaofu was extremely astounded. This old fellow is really trying to save face. Moreover, he could imagine that Elder Kong hadn't obtained the consent of Yu Qing Divine Kingdom when he entered the chaotic dimension all those years ago, and he'd probably snuck in secretly. Now that he'd fallen into such a state, how could he have the face to meet an outsider? Even you can't do anything about it? Du Xiaofu was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain an effective method from Elder Kong, but never had he imagined that he would be happy for nothing. Kid, don't be disappointed. At this moment, Elder Kong spoke again, and he said to Du Xiaofu, according to what I know, every time the juniors of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom train in the origin space, those old fellows will secretly observe them. If something that goes beyond the rules occurs, then they will probably intervene when they find out. This junior already knows. Du Xiaofu nodded. Hijibai had already told him about this. So, if you really want to get out in advance, then make a big fuss. Drag everyone in this space in, and turn them upside down. Do you think those little bastards won't show up? Elder Kong didn't even hesitate as he said this. Du Xiaofu was speechless. This old fellow's thoughts were really the same as his. But Du Xiaofu wasn't too confident that if those top experts were to forcefully interfere with everything here and allow the training to continue, then what should he do at that time? But obviously, Elder Kong had thought of this as well, and he chuckled slyly as he said with a gloomy and hoarse voice, Let me teach you a move that can force that old kid out. You just have to wait for those fellows that maintain order to show up and tell them. The flaming skull chuckled slyly as it moved closer to Du Xiaofu's ears and whispered for a long time. Du Xiaofu knew that the old kid this old fellow spoke of was naturally the ancestor of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. But when he heard the idea Elder Kong gave him, Du Xiaofu's expression became more and more strange, and he was unable to make a decision in his heart. He was even thinking that if he really did as Elder Kong said, then would he be slapped to death by that ancestor of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom? But obviously, Elder Kong didn't care about all this at all. He only cared about speaking, and as for the final outcome, it wasn't related to him in the slightest. I understand now. After he finished listening to Elder Kong, Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh of relief, and then he spoke with a surprised and bewildered expression. Even though he knew that this old fellow's instructions surely carried some ill intentions, Du Xiaofu didn't refute it because he had his own plans in his heart. At most, I'll directly bring out this old fellow when the time comes, and it ought to not cause the ancestor of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom to become hostile. After asking a few more questions, this strand of Du Xiaofu's soul core left the desolate dimension and returned to his main body before continuing on their journey with Hijibai, Yu Chenliang, Yu Qingyu, and the others. Under such circumstances, only on the third day did Du Xiaofu sense a slightly different aura. Actually, the aura within the origin dimension was extremely different from the outside world, and it possessed an extremely dense, ancient aura that suffused the air. After Hijibai and the others told him, Du Xiaofu knew that this ancient and mysterious aura was the desolation qi they spoke of earlier. However, in most places in the origin dimension, the desolation qi was very thin, almost negligible. It was simply not enough to condense primal chaos qi. And on this day, what Du Xiaofu felt was many times thicker than usual. There should be desolation qi here. Let's explore deeper. Perhaps, brother, Du can take the opportunity to break through to the true severing realm in this place. He Jibai said, rather excitedly, even more excited than Du Xiaofu himself. Let's go. Du Xiaofu didn't waste any time. He took the lead and led the group forward. After another day, dozens of people stopped in the air above a huge lake. This lake is very unusual. The source of the desolation, Qi, should be somewhere not far from here. Yu Chengyang's gaze swept the surroundings as he said softly, Brother Du, your perception is stronger than ours. It shouldn't be difficult for you to discover that peculiarity. Yu Chengyang's words made Yu Qingyu and He Jibai nod. Their strength was far from Du Xiaofu's, so he was naturally the leader of this small team. If they could condense primal chaos Qi, then there was a very high chance that Du Xiaofu could break through to the true severing realm. At that time, when facing the people from the divine general's residences, they would also have a very high chance of victory. The source of the desolation Qi? Du Xiaofu's gaze drifted as he carefully investigated. This lake was extremely vast. At a glance, it seemed to be boundless. The lake water was like a mirror, calm and without any ripples, reflecting the figures of the people in the air. On the lake surface, wisps of mist invisible to the naked eye drifted and curled up like rising clouds, magnificent and beautiful. With Du Xiaofu's powerful primordial spirit, he naturally captured this scene clearly. After searching in all directions without any results, his perception probed into the lake water, heading towards the depths. I think I should have found it. Du Xiaofu suddenly smiled and said to the people around him. Immediately after, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the bottom of his feet. An invisible force spread out and hit the surface of the lake. Splash! The lake water seemed to be pushed aside by an enormous force. With Du Xiaofu's feet as the center, it began to recede in all directions. The surface of the lake below, everyone began to sink, leading straight to the depths of the lake. Following that, the rich, ancient, and desolate aura became even more vigorous. Could it be that the source of the desolation Qi is under the surface of the lake? He Jibai raised his eyebrows, looked at the scene below his feet, and said aloud, It shouldn't be wrong. Let's go down and take a look. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, without any hesitation, he directly flew down and with a splash, dived into the lake water. He Jibai and the others looked at each other, then moved at the same time. Their figures disappeared in the blink of an eye, and only a few bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake before it became silent again. This lake is really unbelievably deep. While diving, Yu Qingyu sighed. They had already dived a distance of 3,000 feet, but they were still in the vast lake water, and they could not see the scene below clearly. However, with the strength of these people, they would not encounter any accidents in the lake water. However, for the sake of convenience and to prevent too much of a commotion, Du Xiaofu had already put all the subordinates of the three into the desolate ancient space. We're almost at the bottom, Du Xiaofu said softly, and his figure quickly descended. In the perception of his primordial spirit, the deepest part of the lake was like an endless mountain range, winding in all directions like a crouching dragon. Steep and towering mountain peaks stood erect, arranged in rows upon rows. There were no towering trees on the mountain range, but mottled aquatic plants of various colors, swaying under the gentle flow of the lake water. The four of them landed on a tall mountain peak, and once again began to size up the surrounding situation. Although I can't feel the existence of the desolate Qi, just standing here makes me feel comfortable all over, and the circulation of the Qi in my body is much faster. He Jibai took a deep breath, and with an expression of extreme enjoyment, he took a deep breath. Du Xiaofu also had the same feeling, but what he felt was much clearer than the other three. He could feel a formless aura pervading the lake water, and it was extremely dense, and the source of this aura was emitted from the mountain range below their feet. After extracting the desolate Qi, one can obtain the primordial Qi, and with the help of the primordial Qi, one can have the opportunity to break through to the true severing stage. Du Xiaofu's eyes were shining, and without thinking much, he floated down, sat cross-legged on a bare rock, and began to close his eyes to sense. This is a treasured place for cultivation. Although we are still unable to extract the primordial qi, cultivating here will be twice as effective as cultivating in the outside world. Yu Changliang said to Hijibai and the little princess. Hearing this, the two of them nodded. This was indeed a treasured place that could not be missed. Cultivating with the help of the desolate qi is not at all comparable to cultivating in the secret places of our respective families. Hijibai said they did not want to miss such an opportunity. Now that they were facing a great threat in the primordial space, if they could increase their strength here, they would have more power to protect themselves. How could the three of them hesitate? At the same time, they landed at a place not far from Du Xiaofu and began to meditate and cultivate. Begin extracting the desolate qi. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes, and the qi in his body began to circulate rapidly. An invisible wave rippled out, and the entire lake shook slightly, and a strange aura drifted out. Immediately after, the desolate qi in the lake flowed and gathered crazily toward Du Xiaofu, rushing directly into his body. The desolate qi is something left behind from the beginning of the world and the beginning of the primordial chaos. It is the first evolution of the primordial chaos. In the entire 33 heavens, except for a few special places, it does not exist in other places. As he sensed with his heart, Du Xiaofu was also constantly thinking. He thought of what Hijibai and the others had said to him. If you want to extract the primordial qi, you have to gather enough desolate qi. However, it's not that easy to extract the desolation qi. Du Xiaofu already knew that if he wanted to obtain the primordial qi, he had to have an extremely deep understanding of a certain kind of power of law between heaven and earth. Only then could he absorb the desolate qi through the power of law and continuously condense it to obtain the primordial qi. However, this process was also fraught with danger. This was because all the living beings in the 33 heavens, except for those with extremely high cultivation, could not withstand the pure power of the primordial qi. The primordial qi that existed before Pangu split open the heavens was both magical and quite violent. If one was not careful, the cultivators below the true severing stage would have their physical body and primordial spirit torn apart, and their body and soul destroyed. However, if one could successfully extract the primordial qi and use it to break through to the true severing stage, the benefits would be unimaginable. In the outside world, when the disciples of many forces broke through, they used the primordial qi prepared by their elders to break through, but they could not comprehend more profound dharma and logos. Because of this experience in the primordial space was an excellent opportunity for the younger generation of experts, especially those who had reached the peak of the seizing divinity stage. Phew! Du Xiaofu had long been prepared for this. Every breath he took was accompanied by an invisible desolation qi. Wisps of purple gold light appeared on his body, scattering into the lake water, indescribably gorgeous. At the same time, waves of invisible qi constantly entered his body through every pore of his skin. Hum! Du Xiaofu's tendons and veins hummed. After the desolate qi entered his body, he could clearly feel that his qi suddenly became abnormally active, and the flow speed was many times faster than usual. It could be said that the desolate qi contained more energy than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if it was only a quarter of an hour, it was more effective than cultivating outside for a day. Such a comparison was simply too terrifying. Du Xiaofu continued to absorb the desolate qi in the lake water, like a giant whale sucking in water. Large amounts of desolate qi were absorbed by him, turning into the purest energy for his own use. However, what he needed to do was far more than that. Time slowly passed. Du Xiaofu, Yu Changliang, and Yu Qingyu were all immersed in a deep state of cultivation, not paying attention to anything outside. This state was extremely magical. It was as if they had drunk sweet wine, causing them to be incomparably intoxicated. It was also as if they had fallen into an incomparably mysterious dream, causing them to feel indescribably happy. Gradually, their divine senses began to seal themselves, and they only focused on absorbing the boundless chi here. Only Hijibai silently opened his eyes. Looking at the state of the three people around him, a smile appeared on his face. Although this primordial chaos space is extremely large and the bottom of the lake is even harder to find, I'm still afraid that someone will accidentally barge into this place. I still have to protect them, Hijibai softly muttered to himself, closed his eyes again, and continued to absorb the desolate chi. But this time he controlled himself to stay awake, paying attention to the movements around him, in case anyone came to disturb him. At the bottom of the lake, not too far away from Du Xiaofu's group of four, there were two figures nervously confronting each other. These two figures were both women. Their appearances were similarly delicate and beautiful, and their beauty was unparalleled in the world. However, the temperaments of the two were completely different. One of them was a woman dressed in palace attire. Her eyebrows were gently curved, suffused with a peach color. She was lovely and moving, as if she had the power to hook one's soul. At a glance, it made one feel as if they were about to fall into it. The corners of her rosy lips curled up slightly, containing a faint smile. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Hijishin, if you know what's good for you, obediently surrender and come with me, lest you suffer any more physical pain." The woman opposite her was dressed in a water-patterned dress. Her face was delicate and pretty, and she looked natural and unrestrained. However, at this moment, there was a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth, and then it was melted by the lake water. Her hair was also a little messy, showing a somewhat miserable appearance. If one looked closely, one would be able to see that this woman's face was somewhat similar to Hijibai's. They were both so outstanding that if one were to look at her in a crowd, it would be difficult to forget her even if one wanted to. Hijishin wasn't in a hurry to answer the woman's question. Instead, she unhurriedly stretched out her two slender hands and tightened the belt on her skirt. Coupled with her tall and slender body, it outlined a near-perfect curve. After doing this, she pushed the messy hair on her forehead to the back of her head. Following that, a light flashed in her hand, and a flaming longsword appeared. Gurgle, gurgle. After the longsword appeared, the surrounding lake water suddenly boiled and directly turned into mist. It quickly evaporated and squeezed out an empty area where she was standing. A brazen aura suddenly erupted, setting off her incomparably exquisite body, which was extremely different from her original temperament. A vast blazing aura rippled from the longsword, and at the same time it carried an absolute sharpness as it directly charged towards the figure opposite her. If Hijibai, Yu Chengliang, and the others saw this woman, they would definitely not be unfamiliar with her. This was because she was Hijibai's biological sister, the eldest daughter of Divine General Zihong's mansion, Hijishin. Chapter 2732. Tantai Ruwei, you and I have traveled together to this place, yet you sneak attacked me while I was extracting the chaotic vital energy. What are your intentions? Hijishin's body released a powerful aura at the same time, and at the same time, she continuously circulated her chi to forcefully suppress the injuries in her body. She looked at the woman in front of her with a serious expression. She frowned slightly, and a trace of coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. The woman in front of her was the eldest daughter of the divine General Xianzhan's estate of the Yuqing divine kingdom. The two of them had a good relationship. They met in the origin space and traveled together. When they found the chaos chi at the bottom of the lake, they agreed to seize it together to help them break through to the truth-severing stage. Who would have thought that she would be attacked when she started to extract the chaotic vital energy, causing her to be seriously injured? Although it was not obvious on the surface, her strength had been greatly reduced. She had lost at least 50% of her strength. If Hijishin had not been vigilant at that time, she would have been half dead. How could she have the chance to confront the woman in front of her? Ha ha! The woman, called Tantai Rue, suddenly covered her red lips with her hand and giggled. After a while, the crisp laughter suddenly stopped. She said, Hijishin, when you are captured by me, I will naturally tell you what you want to know. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to capture you? You must know that you are no match for me with your injured body. She looked at Hijishin with a smile in her eyes. Her words were gentle and natural, as if everything was under her control. Tantai Rue, there is no conflict between the divine General Zihong's estate and the divine General Xianzhan's estate. Why do you do such a despicable thing? Are you not afraid of a war between the two divine generals' estates? Hijishin did not give up and continued to ask. The 10 divine generals' estates of the Yu Qing divine kingdom were suppressed by the imperial family, so there was not much friction between them. They had always lived in harmony. Moreover, there was no enmity between the divine General Zihong's estate and the divine General Xianzhan's estate. Hijishin and Tantai Rue grew up together. Although they weren't very close, they were childhood friends. They competed with each other and grew to where they were today. She really wanted to know exactly what Tantai Rue's objective for doing what she did today was. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that she was seriously injured, so she had to continuously stall for time and use this to recover some of her strength. Only then would she have a chance to escape. Otherwise, if he were to go head-on against Tantai Rue, then he would definitely be the loser in the end. But it was very clear that Tantai Rue also saw through her thoughts and directly said to her, Hijishin, stop stalling for time. Since I've already made my move, there's no reason for me to let you off so easily. Unfortunately, you were also on guard against me, so I didn't make you lose all your strength in one strike. But that doesn't matter. Today no one can save you. As Tantai Rue spoke, the palace dress on her body suddenly swelled up, and an incomparably bright light burst forth, dazzling people to the point that they were completely unable to open their eyes. At the same time, numerous muffled thunderclaps resounded out and shook the bottom of the lake, causing the surrounding lake water to be unable to help but start to shake. The might of lightning was emitted and carried a terrifying, dignified aura. Strands of lightning were like swimming snakes that raged through the lake water. Since it's like this, then let's fight. Hijishin was able to discern that Tantai Rue really wouldn't let her off easily, and Tantai Rue was determined to capture her today. In fact, she'd already made countless guesses in her heart, and she wanted to guess the intentions of Tantai Rue or the Dark War Divine General's estate. But she was unable to know if Tantai Rue's actions were instructed by the Dark War Divine General's estate. No matter how Hijishin racked her brains, she was still unable to figure out the crux of the matter. When she saw Tantai Rue starting to execute her boundlessly violent might, Hijishin tossed aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind and didn't hesitate any longer as her delicate figure flashed forward. Whoosh! 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 The long sword in Hijishin's hand shook, and an enormous flame dragon shot out and roared as it charged forward. This flame dragon was like a pillar and was extremely terrifying. It carried along a boundless blazing aura as if it was capable of burning everything in the world as it attacked Tantai Rue with extreme ferocity. Hiss, 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 hiss. Under such a scene, the surrounding lake water evaporated even more swiftly, and it transformed into mist that covered the sky and completely enveloped the figures of the two people within it. Strings of bubbles arose from it, and it completely pushed out the surrounding lake water. Fierce thunder in the sky, kill! Within the boundless mist, the smile on Tantai Rue's face had already been withdrawn, and it became extremely cold and suffused with killing intent. Her delicate hand lightly swung, and an enormous bang resounded out as a terrifying gap was blasted open in the space at the bottom of the lake. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck out from the spatial rift and fiercely charged towards Hijishin's flame dragon. A bolt of lightning and a flame dragon, Both of them were extremely terrifying and contained boundless energy. In an instant, they collided and emitted a rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. The two of them shattered upon contact and were annihilated while carrying destructive energy as they started to madly devour each other. Two strands of energy coiled and swept out towards the surroundings, causing space to shatter and the lake water to shake. Numerous dense talisman markings flew out and swept through everything in their path, and at the same time, they quickly drowned out the figures of the two people. Retreat! After this strike, Hijishin's countenance clearly became even paler, and a strand of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and she raised her sleeve to wipe it off. Before the violent energy struck her body, she swiftly retreated and fled towards the distance. Even though her strength had been damaged, it wasn't difficult to notice that her strength was obviously at an absolute disadvantage after coming into contact with Tantai-Rue's. The balls of lightning ceaselessly corroded the energy of the flames, and it probably wouldn't be long before all the storm stopped. If another strike came, then she probably wouldn't have much strength left to resist it. At that time, not to mention retreating safely, even preserving her life wouldn't be easy. So Hijishin's retreat was extremely direct and efficient. She was pushed along by the boundless energy storms and instantly appeared in the distant lake water. The flames on her body were covered, and she didn't even have the time to look back and only focused on fleeing for her life. Want to flee? I'm afraid you won't be able to do that today. It wasn't long before Tantai-Rue broke free from the entanglement of the energy storms and swiftly pursued Hijishin. Bolts of lightning charged out from her body and slashed open an expanse of space before her, and her figure flashed swiftly. She was much faster than Hijishin. The distance between the two of them was ceaselessly shrinking, and it probably wouldn't be long before Hijishin would be able to catch up to Hijishin. Aga! Hijishin, who was dashing forward, let out a muffled groan once more, and then she frowned slightly and swallowed the sweet and fishy blood. When she sensed the movement behind her, she unconsciously increased her speed. However, with her strength greatly reduced, there was no way Hijishin could be faster than Tantai-Rue. Seeing Tantai-Rue quickly approaching, Hijishin's eyes flashed with anxiety. But now, there was no better way to deal with all this than to keep running. In such a scene, the two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, quickly traversed an extremely long distance at the bottom of the lake. Not too far away from the two of them, Du Xiaofu, Yu Changliang, Yu Qingyu, and Hijibai were still sitting cross-legged on the mountain rocks at the bottom of the lake. They were constantly absorbing the desolation qi that was everywhere and doing their best to improve their cultivation. However, the first three of them were immersed in an indescribable state and were completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. To a cultivator, this desolate qi was a treasure that was hard to come by. Unknowingly, it could make people deeply intoxicated by it and rapidly raise their cultivation. I just need a little more comprehension, and I can truly break through to the God-seizing realm. In a short period of time, Hijibai could already clearly feel the changes in his body. He originally had the strength of the perfection of the void returning stage, and he was only one step away from the God-seizing realm. After absorbing such a huge amount of desolation qi, it was also greatly beneficial to the comprehension of the law of fire. This caused Hijibai to be a little excited. It could be said that the cultivation of the God-seizing realm was very rare among the younger generation. The entire origin space encompassed most of the young experts in the Yu Qing divine kingdom, but the number of God-seizing realm experts was not large. It was because Hijibai was born in a wealthy family like the divine General Zihong mansion, so he came into contact with people with extraordinary talent, and there was no lack of God-seizing realm experts around him. Not to mention his own sister, Hijishin, had already reached the perfection of the God-seizing realm, leaving him far behind. In fact, this had caused Hijibai to feel a lot of pressure. As the son of the divine General Zihong mansion, he naturally did not want to fall behind others. He wanted to obtain an extremely high position among the younger generation and bring glory to his entire family. However, it was not easy to break through a big realm. He had been in the void returning stage for many years, but he had not been able to make a real breakthrough. Now, with the help of this treasure land, he could take a peek at the threshold of the God-seizing realm, and he could not help but feel a little excited. He even wondered if he should be like the few people around him and directly immerse himself in the state of Mo Kuming and quickly make a breakthrough. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled by him. Let's wait for them to wake up first. At such a critical moment, there must be no accidents. Hijibai held back his impulse and thought in his heart. He forcibly suppressed the thoughts in his heart. The most important thing now was to protect the 3 people around him. If there was an unreasonable person who barged in and affected Du Xiaofu and the other 2, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, with Hijibai's strength, he could completely stop most people in this origin space. As long as it was not an expert of the God-seizing realm, he could deal with the general situation. Chi. Not far from Hijibai, Du Xiaofu's body was suffused with golden light, which spread in the lake. It was indescribably gorgeous, making him look like a purple gold sun. At this time, his mind was completely immersed in an indescribable, mysterious state. His body automatically absorbed the chaos qi surging from the lake, and then dormant in his meridians. As the chaos qi accumulated more and more, it finally reached a state of saturation, filling his body. However, all this did not stop there. Instead, it became more intense, and a large amount of qi surged wildly, drilling into the purple-robed young man's body. At this time, the chaos qi that was injected into Du Xiaofu's body entered a process of compression and refining, and began to transform into the chaotic qi. Brother Du is really amazing. Have you started to extract the chaotic qi? The changes in Du Xiaofu's body did not escape Hijibai's senses. He could not help but be surprised by Du Xiaofu's talent. Although the 2 of them called each other brothers, through Du Xiaofu's information, Hijibai also knew that the purple-robed young man's actual age was a full 100 years younger than him. Up until now, he had only cultivated for a few decades. In comparison, Hijibai suddenly felt ashamed. The gap between the 2 of them was really too big, and they were not on the same level at all. If Du Xiaofu could successfully condense the chaotic qi and use it to break through, then he would truly be in the true severing realm. Such a terrifying talent, even in the entire supreme Changrong heaven, was an existence that could be counted on one's fingers. Perhaps only within the 36 Holy Lands, there were only a few people who could be compared to him in terms of age and talent and could truly compete with him. Just as Hijibai was shocked by Du Xiaofu, the changes in the purple-robed young man's body were still constantly happening. Wisps of chaos qi were extracted. Under the full control of Du Xiaofu's mind, the chaos qi was compressed and purified. Only a very small part of the qi could be condensed into the chaotic qi. This was a process of extracting silk from a cocoon. It was incomparably slow and difficult. If he wanted to obtain enough chaotic qi, it would take a lot of time. As time continued to pass, finally, at a certain moment, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly exploded with a roar. It was as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in his tendons and meridians. An invisible shock wave rippled out, pushing away the surrounding lake water. Have you finally extracted a wisp of chaotic qi? Not far away, Hijibai exclaimed in surprise. He had keenly captured this invisible shock wave. The elders of the divine General Zihong's residence had already informed him of this situation. Therefore, in an instant, Hijibai knew that he had successfully taken the first step. Not only him, but even Yu Qingliang and Yu Qingyu, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground, were also awakened by this shock wave. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they saw a touch of joy in each other's eyes. I hope, brother, Du can succeed in one go this time and refine enough chaotic qi to step into the truth-severing stage in one go. Yu Changliang said silently, with a faint look of anticipation. Du Xiaofu's increase in strength was also an additional layer of protection for them. But the process of extracting chaotic qi is extremely dangerous. If one is careless and is hit by the majestic qi of the chaotic qi, one will be seriously injured and his cultivation will be crippled. In serious cases, one will directly die and his body and soul will be destroyed. He should be able to do it. Little Princess Yu Qingyu looked worried. Her large eyes stared at the purple-robed young man without blinking. You don't have to worry too much about this. With Brother Du's talent, under the condition that he is not disturbed by external matters, this matter should not be difficult for him. He Jibai smiled slightly, as gentle as jade. He had great confidence in Du Xiaofu. However, when Yu Changliang and Yu Qingyu heard these words, they also agreed with them. Let's wait here and guard Brother Du while we are at it, Yu Changliang said. The other two nodded in agreement. However, just as Yu Changliang's voice fell, an accident suddenly happened. A tremor resounded, transmitted through the lake, and entered the ears of the three people. Boom, boom, boom! Then a huge wave came crashing down, causing the lake water to churn. It was like a violent tsunami directly sweeping over. Under the huge impact, the surrounding space was trembling uncontrollably. The turbid waves surged into the sky, pouncing on their faces. The lake water carried an incomparable killing intent, destroying everything in its path. Amidst the loud rumbling, the mountain range in the distance was constantly shaken apart. Then, huge rocks exploded one after another, turning into fine powder and melting in the lake water. It was extremely turbid. What's going on? He Jibai was incomparably shocked. He was just thinking that at such a moment, it would be best if nothing unexpected happened. But who knew that before he could retreat from the bottom of his heart, such a scene would immediately appear. This caused his heart to sink. There are experts fighting, and they are coming towards us. As the only one of the three who had reached the God-seizing stage, Yu Chenliang's perception was even sharper than He Jibai and Yu Qingyu's. In his perception, there were two auras that were fiercely clashing, and they were quickly moving towards the four of them. It wouldn't be long before the battlefield shifted to this place. Yu Chenliang had long since released all the qi in his body, stabilizing the surrounding space to prevent it from affecting Du Xiaofu, who was beside him. To be able to cause such a huge commotion, the strength of those two must be quite extraordinary. This is a bit troublesome. I hope they don't disturb Brother Du. He Jibai's handsome brows were tightly knitted together, and his eyes were filled with worry. I'm afraid that those two people have the strength of the God-seizing stage, and the aura of one of them seems to be much stronger than mine. Yu Changliang opened his mouth once again and said such a sentence. Due to the obstruction of the lake water, coupled with the fact that the strength of the two people on the other side was far above his, Yu Changliang could not clearly detect everything. Chapter 2733. Everything that happened in the outside world did not affect Du Xiaofu for the time being. Under the protection of Yu Qingliang and the other two's qi activities, the terrifying impact of the lake water was firmly blocked outside and did not touch Du Xiaofu at all. However, the faces of the three people in the field involuntarily turned ugly, revealing an extremely solemn expression. The two powerhouses who were fighting were definitely at the top of the younger generation of the Yu Qing divine nation. Perhaps they were no strangers to them. They only hoped that there were not people from the divine general's residence of Taishu Divine General, Divine General Inhe's residence, and other hostile divine generals' residences. They had just escaped from the attack not long ago. If they met those people again, the situation that the three of them faced would be absolutely terrible under the circumstances that Du Xiaofu could not help them. However, the world was mysterious. What they feared would happen. In the perception of the three people, the surrounding mountain range was cut off everywhere. Rocks flew everywhere and collided with the lake water, stirring up endless waves. Rumble, a huge roar shook the area as if there was an invisible big hand that reached deep into the area and stirred vigorously as if it wanted to overturn the area. Even with Yu Qingliang's strength, it was gradually becoming difficult to resist the terrifying vibration. Under the probing of his Yuan spirit, the two figures were finally getting closer and closer, and he was able to clearly capture their figures. "Oh no, it's Sister Zixin," Yu Qingliang suddenly shouted. His expression changed abruptly, and he said in a deep voice, "She's injured and is being chased by Tantai Ruwei." As soon as he said this, He Jibai and Yu Qingyu's expressions turned cold. This was especially true for He Jibai, whose face had turned extremely ugly. The Sister Zixin that Yu Qingliang mentioned was naturally his sister, He Zixin. At this moment, she was being chased by Tantai Ruwei and was severely injured. She was absolutely at a disadvantage. This made the three of them feel extremely solemn. The situation was really getting worse. Why is Tantai Ruwei chasing Sister Zixin? The people from the Divine General Xian Zhan's residence and the Divine General Zihong's residence don't have much conflict. There shouldn't be such a big fight, Yu Qingyu said. He did not understand the connection between them. However, after she exchanged a look with He Jibai and Yu Qingliang, they all saw a possibility in each other's eyes. Could it be? The three of them said in unison and had a certain guess. If this guess was true, it was definitely the worst thing that they had encountered today. However, before they could communicate further, an exquisite figure flew straight over and brazenly smashed into the front of the few of them. "Sister!" He Jibai shouted immediately and waved his hand to release a ball of gentle qi to catch the figure. It was a woman wearing a water-patterned silk dress. She was tall and slender, and her face was outstanding. She resembled He Jibai a little. She was He Jibai's sister, the eldest daughter of Divine General Zihong's mansion, He Zixin. Jibai. After being caught by He Jibai, He Zixin was able to see the face of the person who caught her. When she realized that it was her younger brother, she could not help but be surprised. However, before she could say anything, she spat out a mouthful of black blood and soaked it in the lake water. Immediately, He Zixin's face became extremely pale, as if she had lost all her blood essence and was as white as a sheet of paper. "Sister, how are you?" At this time, He Jibai could no longer stay calm. Seeing his sister's appearance, he felt that it was difficult to breathe. He stretched out his palm and probed with a wisp of qi. He found that He Zixin's current situation was extremely serious. Her meridians were badly damaged, and there was no qi in her spirit gate. With such a terrible injury, if she did not adjust her qi, it would cause irreparable consequences for her future cultivation. He Jibai did not need to think too much. He began to frantically circulate the qi in his body and penetrate it into He Zixin's body. Haha, so there are so many people here. At that instant, a demonic laugh could be heard, followed by a slender figure arriving gracefully. The palace dress swayed in the lake water like a fairy. It was indescribably otherworldly as it landed in front of everyone. However, such a beautiful scene made Yu Qingliang, Yu Qingyu, and the others feel inexplicably nervous. Of course, they knew the person in front of them. Who else could it be other than Tantai Ruwei of the Divine General of Xianzhan's estate? They all knew that Tantai Ruwei's strength was outstanding among the young experts of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. She was even above Dai Xuanjin of the Divine General of Taishu's estate. She was a true genius. Of course, Dai Xuanjin was already a dead man at this time. "Sister Ruwei, why did you attack Sister Zixin?" Before Yu Qingliang could speak, Yu Qingyu rushed to speak. The way he addressed Tantai Ruwei was very respectful. In fact, she already had an answer in her heart. However, the enemy was strong and she was weak. She had to pretend and delay for as long as possible. "Haha, you can ask He Zixin about this matter." Tantai Ruwei rolled her charming eyes and threw the question to He Zixin. In fact, when she sensed that Yu Chengliang and the others were here. She was quite surprised. This was because she had already received news that Dai Xuanjin of the Divine General of Taishu's estate, Zhongsu of the Divine General of Xuanhuang's estate, Wang Qishuan of the Divine General of Niahuang's estate, and Qi Weiqing and Qi Weidun of the Divine General of Yuanding's estate had already brought the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation to trap and kill the sixth prince and the little princess. With the strength of those people, they naturally didn't need to worry about the two escaping. In addition, with the help of the Divine Wilderness Heavenlock formation, it was difficult for an accident to happen. However, at this moment, she saw them standing in front of her as if nothing had happened at all. Could it be that Dai Xuanjin and the others failed? Tantai Ruwei frowned imperceptibly as she thought in her heart. This possibility made her feel somewhat incredulous. Unless there was some kind of huge change, those people would absolutely not have failed. Jibai, I was injured by Tantai Ruwei's sneak attack. You have to be careful. He Jixin didn't respond to Tantai Ruwei's words. Instead, she said this. Under He Jibai's qi, her face turned slightly red, but the qi in her body was still dry. Her injuries were serious, and she wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time. Sixth prince, little princess, leave He Jixin and He Jibai to me. The matter here has nothing to do with you. Tantai Ruwei said with a grin as she looked at Yu Qingliang and Yu Qingyu. Tantai Ruwei, do you think we're so easy to fool? I'm afraid that after we hand them over, no one will be able to leave here. Yu Chenliang didn't have as much patience as the little princess and directly calling Tantai Ruwei by her name. His words were filled with strong killing intent. Oh, sixth prince, why do you say that? As a member of the Divine General's estate under the Divine Kingdom, how could I dare to be rude to the princes and princesses? Even if you give Ruwei 10,000 guts, I would never dare to make a move against the two of you. Tantai Ruwei covered her mouth with one hand as she laughed delicately. However, there was killing intent brewing in her eyes. Yu Qingliang's words made her almost certain that the sixth prince and the little princess must know a lot of things. Humph! You even dared to attack Sister Jixin. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Yu Chengliang suddenly snorted coldly and stared straight at Tantai Ruwei. I'm afraid that your Divine General's estate has long been in cahoots with the Divine General's estate of the Great Void Divine General and Nia Huang Divine General's estate. You actually know all about it? Tantai Ruwei was already mentally prepared when she heard Yu Qingliang's words. She didn't show much surprise and only asked this question lightly. She could imagine that there must have been an accident when Dai Xuanjin and the others took action, allowing the sixth prince and the little princess to escape and appear here. Your Divine General's estate actually conspired against the princes and princesses of the Divine Kingdom. What kind of unspeakable plot are you planning? Don't tell me you're not afraid that the Imperial Army will trample your families to the ground? Hearing Tantai Ruwei's admission, Yu Qingliang was furious and continued to ask loudly. He had already confirmed that 5 Divine Generals' estates were involved in this incident. Now there was another Divine General's estate. How could Yu Qingliang not feel indignant? As one of the 10 Divine Generals' estates under the Divine Kingdom, 6 of them were in cahoots. Their actions in the origin space were tantamount to treason. Since when did more than half of the Divine Kingdom's forces become so hostile to the imperial family? Ha ha ha! Tantai Ruwei was still laughing. She said, If we were afraid, we wouldn't have done these things. Whether the Imperial Army can raise our Divine General's estates is not something I need to worry about. And you won't have the chance to see it again. As she laughed, her voice suddenly stopped, and a trace of viciousness crept onto her elegant face. Waves of undisguised, murderous aura rippled from her curvy body as she charged towards Yu Qingliang's group. As she took a step forward, she continued, You know too much. Leave with me, and you'll be able to save your lives. So as to avoid encountering others, I'm afraid they'll send you directly to hell. As Tantai Rue spoke, the imposing aura on her body continued to rise. Balls of lightning coiled around her body, like dragons twisting and swimming, and it made her seem like a goddess. Ha 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 ha. Faced with Tantai Rue's pressing step by step, Yu Chengliang suddenly laughed loudly while using his aura to resist. This strange laughter stunned Tantai Rue, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. But before she could ask, she heard Yu Chengliang say, "Tantai Rue, do you really think you can kill us?" Such a question caused Tantai Rue's beautiful brows to be unable to help but raise abruptly, and her footsteps stopped abruptly. She didn't move for a short while as she wanted to hear what Qin she would say next. Dai Xuanjin, Wang Qishuan, Zhong Su, Qi Weicheng, Qi Weidun. Oh, there's also Helian Shang. So many people were unable to kill us while relying on the divine desolation heavenlock formation. You dare to make noise before us by yourself? Yu Chengliang's gaze burned as he looked at Tantai Rue with a gaze that seemed as if he was looking at an idiot, and it contained indescribable disdain. But in reality, he was terrified and uneasy in his heart. Yet he tried his best to pretend to be calm and even seemed as if he was devising a strategy. His objective was to buy time. With their strengths, even if they were added together, they were far from being able to sweep through with a single hand of Tantai Rue's. The only person capable of going against her was Hijishin, yet she was heavily injured at this moment, and she'd almost lost her ability to move. If they didn't adopt a strategy, it would be very difficult to contend against her head-on. Most importantly, behind them, Du Xiaofu was still in a state where his spiritual sense was completely sealed. He was absorbing the desolation qi and refining the primal chaos origin qi, thereby using it to break through to the truth-severing stage. If he were to be attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Yu Chengliang could only release a large amount of fog, intending to use this to intimidate Tantai Rue for a short while. Of course, a short while was definitely not enough for Du Xiaofu to completely refine the primal chaos origin qi. But right now, Yu Chengliang really didn't have a better way to resolve the crisis. Little brother sixth prince, you want to use such words to intimidate me? Do you really think Rue is a fool? Tantai Rue continued to laugh, but her heart was beating like a drum, calculating the truth of Yu Chengliang's words. She was indeed intimidated. The facts before her eyes forced her to think carefully. At the same time, her eyes stared straight at Yu Chengliang, wanting to see something from his eyes. However, to her disappointment, the sixth prince opposite her was indescribably calm at this time. That arrogance didn't seem to be fake. Tantai Rue, I'm not afraid to tell you that Dai Xuanjin, Zhong Su, and hundreds of others have already gone down to the 18th level of hell to report. If you don't believe me, you can try to attack us. I can guarantee that you'll follow in their footsteps. Yu Chengliang slightly raised his chin, cast a sidelong glance at the stunning woman in front of him, and said indifferently, "If your divine General Xianzhan's mansion repents from the wrong path and stops here, I can consider giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes. However, you've offended the dignity of the imperial family. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Some things have to be paid a certain price. Divine General Xianzhan's title will definitely be demoted." It had to be said that Tantai Rue really hesitated. Suspicion arose in her heart, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Yu Chengliang's confident appearance couldn't make her not think carefully, weighing the pros and cons. However, she'd never thought of stopping here. There were some things that she couldn't decide. She was only considering whether she should make a move now and take down these young people before her. However, according to Yu Chengliang's words, there seemed to be an expert hidden behind them that could easily sweep away the joint forces of Dai Xuanjin, Zhong Su, Wang Qishuan, Helian Shang, and the others. It was even to the extent that even entering and leaving the divine, desolate heavenlock formation was like walking on flat ground. If it was really like this, then that expert's strength was absolutely terrifying, and it was at least in existence at the truth-severing stage. Otherwise, under the joint forces of Dai Xuanjin and Helian Shang, two experts at the perfection stage of the seizing divinity stage, and numerous other experts, it was absolutely impossible for the sixth prince and the little princess to appear here safe and sound. Tantai Rui wasn't sure if such an expert existed or not, but she was sure that they definitely had someone helping them. In fact, she'd noticed the violet-robed young man sitting cross-legged not far away since long ago, and she'd even noticed him at the very beginning. Moreover, she determined at the first possible moment that he was similarly an expert at the advanced stage of the seizing divinity stage, and his strength wasn't inferior to hers. But Tantai Rui didn't dare think about it at all. How could someone at the perfection stage of the seizing divinity stage possibly rescue the sixth prince and the little princess from the encirclement of a few hundred experts? This was absolutely impossible. Tantai Rui, this prince's words represent the imperial family, so you can consider it. However, even though we have time, we can't wait forever. I'll give you 4 hours, and it should be sufficient for you to slowly think about it. But this prince hopes that you won't leave an area of 30 m from us, and don't try to escape. Otherwise, you'll surely die a graveless death. Yu Changliang continued to put on an act and spoke in a powerful and resonant voice. Beside him, He Jibai and Yu Qingyu were also glaring at Tantai Rui, as if she would be directly killed by the expert in the dark if she didn't cooperate. They couldn't help but admire Yu Qingliang's ability to fabricate nonsense. His words were half true and half false, and he used both the carrot and the stick. While he was advising her with good intentions, he was also threatening her with a big stick. He actually beat the woman in front of him into a daze and forcefully intimidated her. However, He Jibai and He Jibai clearly saw that Yu Qingliang's hands behind his back couldn't help but tremble. Obviously, he was extremely nervous in his heart. Take your time to think about it, and come to this prince when you've made up your mind. Yu Qingliang said such a sentence, and then they saw him leisurely walk to do Xiaofu's side and sit cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to breathe in and out the primitive qi here. This wave of fog made him feel enormous pressure. If it weren't for his strong willpower, Yu Changliang was afraid that he would collapse. Humph! The little princess snorted softly and walked to her brother's side. She followed suit and no longer paid attention to Tantai Rui. He Jibai, on the other hand, carried He Jixin and placed her against a rock. He began to circulate his energy to heal her injuries. Looking at this scene, Tantai Rui didn't speak for a long time, but her eyes kept moving around, trying to find some clues. She didn't dare to be careless at all, and was unwilling to gamble with her life. What's more, she even thought that the unknown expert might have some deep relationship with the purple-robed young man over there. Otherwise, with the status of the sixth prince and the little princess, they shouldn't be here waiting for him to refine the chaotic qi. For a time, Tantai Rui hesitated for a long time. After several observations, she didn't find any trace of the expert in the dark, which made her feel confused again. Chapter 2734. Tantai Rui didn't know if Yu Qingliang was telling the truth or if he was merely bluffing to deceive her, especially when he said, "This prince hopes that you won't leave within 30 m of us, and don't try to escape. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death." It sounded extremely confident. If he didn't have absolute confidence, would he really dare to be so domineering and fearless? Tantai Rui was slightly hesitant. She didn't know what to do, and she didn't move for a long time. Her slender brows were knit together, and her almond-shaped eyes contained boundless conflict. It was precisely when her heart was surging with emotions that an explosion sounded out from the nearby violet-robed young man. It was like muffled thunder, and it caused Tantai Rui to be suddenly shocked. Refining chaotic energy? He's actually able to accomplish this. He's another expert at the perfection stage of the seizing God stage. Tantai Rui's thoughts moved to Du Xiaofu. She'd never seen this young man, but she couldn't doubt that this fellow's natural talent wasn't inferior to her at all. Tantai Rui was extremely puzzled. When did such an outstanding figure appear in Yuqing Divine Kingdom? Yet she was completely unaware of it. After all, it was impossible for her to not have heard of those of the same generation that were able to attain the perfection stage of the seizing God stage. Could it be that the greatest reliance of Yu Chengliang, Hijibai, and the others is that person behind him? Tantai Rui thought like this, but suddenly her heart thumped as she thought of a certain possibility. However, she didn't dare believe this possibility. Could it be that the failure of Dai Xuanjin and the others to kill Yu Chengliang and Yu Qingyu was caused by this kid? And the so-called expert that's hidden in the shadows is completely false? Once such a thought appeared, she was unable to restrain it any longer. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that there was definitely something strange about it. Right now, there were two things that could be determined. The first was that behind the sixth prince and the other two, there was indeed a supreme expert hidden, and it was at least at the severing truth stage. The second was that the so-called expert was the purple-robed youth in front of them, although Dai Xuanjin, Helian Shan, and the others were still defeated by a single person with the help of the divine desolate heavenlock formation, which was inconceivable. It was not impossible. Compared to the latter, Tantai Rui was more willing to believe the latter based on her intuition. If that's really the case, then wouldn't I have been intimidated by Yu Chengliang? Tantai Rui thought in her heart, and an indescribable feeling of annoyance arose in her heart. She felt she'd been deceived, but at the same time, she was also endlessly glad that she had not been deceived. When she thought of this, the corners of Tantai Rui's mouth curled into a wisp of an alluring smile once more. With light steps, she slowly walked towards the direction where Yu Chengliang and the others were sitting cross-legged. As she took a step forward, she opened her mouth and said with a charming smile, "Your Highness, the sixth prince, Rui knows she was wrong and has decided to turn over a new leaf and repent from now on. Your Highness, please show mercy." As soon as Tantai Rui spoke, Yu Chengliang's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened with a swish. Although she was talking to him, her footsteps were walking towards Du Xiaofu. Yu Chengliang's heart suddenly rose to his throat. This woman, what is she trying to do? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Yu Chengliang's mind. He was completely unable to figure out what the other party was thinking. Such a scene could not make Yu Chengliang not feel nervous. But he had to complete the act. He suppressed the fear in his heart and still put on a calm appearance. He said, "A prodigal who repents is worth more than gold. It's good that you've thought it through. This prince promises you that when this matter is over, I'll definitely plead with Imperial Father to pardon the death penalty of your divine war general's estate. Now, we still need to cultivate and break through here. Brother Du is also refining the chaotic energy. You can go to the side. Whether it's guarding or cultivating, you don't need to care about us." Yu Chengliang's eyelids drooped slightly as he spoke casually, but his back was covered in fine cold sweat, and his mind was connected to Tantai Rui from the beginning until the end, and he was observing her every move. "Ha ha ha!" Tantai Rui laughed once more. She was as happy as a hen that had just laid eggs. Her large eyes narrowed into slits. She stretched out a jade-white finger that was as white as a scallion root and pointed at the purple-robed youth beside Yu Chengliang. She said, "Rui has been at the peak of the seizing divinity stage for a long time. I plan to refine the chaotic energy in the near future and use it to break through to the severing truth stage. And this little brother beside your Highness, the sixth prince, is currently breaking through. Rui boldly wishes to sit beside him and freeload some primitive energy. Your Highness, please allow me." Although she was asking for your Highness' permission, her footsteps didn't have any intention of stopping. She still walked step by step toward Du Xiaofu. Such a scene caused Yu Chengliang, Yu Qingyu, and Hijibai's nerves to tighten. Tantai Rui's request clearly showed that she had seen through something. Otherwise, How could there be such a thing as taking advantage of the primordial chi? Humph! Tantai-Rui, you are indeed very bold. Do you know the identity of the person beside this prince? You actually dare to have ideas about him. Extracting chaotic energy is the most dangerous. If you disturb him, not to mention this prince, even if my father comes forward, he won't be able to protect the safety of your divine General Xianzhan's estate. Yu Chengliang snorted coldly. His violent rage was completely evident. He glared angrily at Tantai-Rui. He looked like he was just short of jumping up and pointing at her nose to berate her. But at this time, how could Tantai-Rui fall for this trick? She was almost certain that she had been played like a monkey by this sixth prince all along. Otherwise, she would have taken the risk and done this. There was absolutely no reason for that expert hiding in the shadows to not show himself. Ha ha ha! Your Highness, the sixth prince, what time is it now? You're still playing with Rui like a fool. Tantai-Rui's laughter was endless. She was absolutely a woman with boundless charm. She didn't stop and continued. Actually, Rui really wants to know the identity of this person beside you to actually be able to make your Highness, the sixth prince, willingly stand guard for him. Most importantly, he actually has the ability to rescue all of you from Dai Xuanjin, Helian Shang, and the others. This is absolutely not something an ordinary person can do. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yu Chengliang once more. This time, she finally saw the change in his expression. In this way, Tantai-Rui was even more certain that her guess wasn't wrong. The reason those people from the Divine General's estate failed was surely because of this kid before her. Tantai-Rui, is this the attitude you use to admit your mistake? If that's the case, then you can stake it all on one throw. But don't blame this prince for not warning you when the time comes. How could Yu Chengliang be willing to give up like this? He continued to use the Shadow Step Fist all the way. Unfortunately, Tantai-Rui didn't fall for this trick anymore. She said with a light smile, "It's fine if your Highness doesn't admit it, but this person is currently tempering his chaotic energy and can't be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, he'll face the danger of death at any moment." She pursed her red lips and said, "In other words, he can't even protect himself now, let alone have the ability to take care of all of you. So, your Highness, the sixth prince, don't continue acting in front of me. Do you really think Rui is so easy to deceive? Tantai-Rui, since it's like this, then this prince can only give you a word of advice. Disasters can be defied, but disasters brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. You're up to yourself to choose." Yu Chengliang said with a sigh. He seemed to have lost his last trace of patience with the woman before him, but his heart was already indescribably perturbed. All his feints had been seen through by her, and he had nowhere to hide. It made him lose his mind and didn't know how to deal with it. "Since your Highness said I'm up to myself, then Rui will follow my heart and boldly give it a try." As Tantai-Rui spoke, the smile on her face abruptly vanished. Then her forward speed suddenly increased explosively, and she flashed straight towards Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, an enormous rumbling sound came from the bottom of the lake, as if the end of the world had come. An incomparably resplendent bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a pillar that reached the heavens, and it struck down towards the purple-robed young man. As soon as this bolt of lightning appeared, it blasted open a huge black hole in the void. The lake water roiled and quickly retreated far away, and it swept up an earth-shattering wave that roared ferociously. Such a scene caused Yu Chengliang, He Jibai, and Yu Qingyu to feel like their guts were about to split apart, and their souls were about to leave their bodies. If it was at any other time, then with Brother Du's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to receive this attack of Tantai-Rui's. But at this moment, he was refining chaotic origin energy. Everyone knew that chaotic origin energy was something that existed since the beginning of the world, and the people of the current world could only condense boundless desolation chi and purify it to obtain chaotic origin energy. However, this process was extremely dangerous. The violent aura was capable of annihilating a person's body and soul core in an instant. To a cultivator, when refining chaos energy, they absolutely could not be disturbed by the outside world. Otherwise, no one would be able to endure the consequences they would face. Meanwhile, Tantai Rui didn't make a move against them, but directly charged towards Brother Du instead, causing Yu Qingliang and the others to be practically scared out of their wits. Tantai Rui, how dare you! Yu Qingliang shouted out explosively. He didn't have to think at all before he flew out to directly face the terrifying pillar of lightning. Amongst the people present, besides He Jixin, who'd lost the ability to fight, his strength was the strongest. But it was absolutely not easy for Yu Qingliang to forcefully resist this attack of Tantai Rui's. His figure suddenly shook as a vast aura effused out, and a terrifying pressure descended as if the sky was collapsing. In the surroundings, the lake was seething while the mountain range was trembling. Waves of earthen yellow light floated around Yu Qingliang's body, condensing into an incomparably majestic, illusory mountain peak. It carried an incomparably heavy aura as it blocked the top of Du Xiaofu's head at the critical moment. Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, you're really overestimating your ability. But even though your strength isn't really great, you're really good at deceiving others. Tantai Rui's beautiful brows knit together as she spoke indifferently. Her figure soared into the sky and stood in midair. Her delicate body was wrapped in a large amount of lightning, making her look like a goddess in the world, radiant and transcendent. Under her control, the terrifying pillar of lightning directly bombarded the phantom of the mountain above Yu Qingliang's head without dodging. Boom! As soon as the two collided, an earth-shaking sound erupted, deafening even the apathetic. The huge pillar of lightning was invincible. Suddenly, it shattered Yu Qingliang's phantom of the mountain into dense earthen yellow runes that fluttered in the void. During this process, the thunderbolts were constantly being consumed. But in the end, when the phantom of the mountain completely disappeared, there was still no less than 30% of the energy that continued to bombard Du Xiaofu's head. Not good. Sixth brother, retreat quickly. Not far away, Yu Qingyu shouted loudly. She immediately shot out a light shadow, which was like a continuous mountain range, spreading out in the void. It also carried a heavy aura. This was the profound meaning of earth. But compared to the law technique that Yu Qingliang used, the little princess's move was too weak. Tantai Rui, my divine General Zi Hong's estate, will never let you off. He Jibai also came to his senses. He waved his hand, creating a sky full of raging flames that merged with the little princess's attack. Together, they struck towards the remaining fierce lightning beam. Qi La Tantai Rui's cultivation had already reached the perfect stage of the seizing god stage. Like Du Xiaofu, she also had a complete law of lightning. Once she used it, even if He Jibai, Yu Qingliang, and Yu Qingyu joined forces, there would absolutely be no match for her. The light shadow of the mountain and the raging flames lingered, but as soon as they came into contact, they were violently torn apart. The energy on the pillar of lightning was not reduced by much. It directly bombarded down and landed on Du Xiaofu's head. At the same time, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also felt great danger and suddenly opened his eyes. However, before he could do anything, the lightning struck his body. Everyone in the field only heard a soft puff sound, and the sound of a body bursting was heard. Then, in the eyes of several people, they saw Du Xiaofu's head was broken open. A crack appeared and quickly spread down like a spider web, making Du Xiaofu's body look like porcelain covered with cracks. Then they saw an extremely ferocious aura coming from the cracks on Du Xiaofu's body. Strange rays of light suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling light. What followed was a bang. The light was 100 times more dazzling than the sun, causing Hijibai and the others to unconsciously reach out to cover their eyes. Brother Du, when the light dissipated, the first thing Hijibai did was to look at the place where Du Xiaofu was sitting cross-legged. At this time, he did not see the figure of the purple-robed youth again. The only thing he could see was a pile of minced meat on the ground, as well as the purple gold blood that was scattered all over the ground, emitting a dazzling light. Ah! This scene caused Hijibai's heart to suffer a heavy blow. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He raised his head and roared, his hair flying wildly. Brother Du, how could this be? Yu Chengliang and Yu Qingyu were also stunned. Their lips trembled, unwilling to accept the reality in front of them. Especially Hijibai, his heart was filled with an uncontrollable sorrow. Ever since they met, as his understanding of Du Xiaofu deepened, he had a true brotherly relationship with this purple-robed youth who came from a small world. Especially in the divine wilderness heavenlock formation, he used his own strength to contend against the joint forces of the 4 divine generals' estate, and forcibly rescued the 6th prince and the little princess from the encirclement of hundreds of people. Although the 3 of them did not say anything, their hearts were indescribably grateful to him. Yet now they'd actually watched helplessly as Du Xiaofu died before their eyes, and his body was slashed apart by a single strike from Tantai Rui. At the same time, the small wisp of primal chaos chi that he refined in his body also erupted at this time, tearing him into pieces. The 3 of them found it difficult to accept such an outcome. Jibai, your highnesses, quickly leave. I will stop Tantai Rui. At this time, Hijishin also woke up. Although she did not know the identity of the purple-robed youth, she knew that their relationship was not shallow from the expressions of the people in front of her. However, her strength was greatly damaged, and she simply could not save him in time. Hijishin transmitted her voice to the 3 of them, and then silently closed her beautiful eyes. Her pale and bloodless lips began to tremble as she muttered, "Sister, don't." Hijibai turned to look and was once again frightened out of his wits. He immediately screamed, "Forbidden curse! This is the dark fire withering soul curse of the divine general Zihong estate. Quickly stop her." Yu Chengliang also discovered this situation at the first moment. He immediately roared and pounced toward Hijishin. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. Hijibai had already rushed toward his grandmother and wanted to stop her. They were very clear that the dark fire withering soul curse was the forbidden technique of the divine general's estate. It had unfathomable power. Once it was used, it was at the cost of burning one's divine soul and being burned by the hellfire in exchange for the most domineering power that surpassed one's peak strength to fight against the enemy. However, the final result was the destruction of the primordial spirit, the physical body being seized by the evil spirit, and the loss of one's nature, turning into the most ferocious killing machine. To put it bluntly, it was falling into the devil's path, and there was only endless killing left in its eyes. For ordinary people, unless it was a last resort, no one was willing to use the dark fire withering soul curse. No one was willing to be seized by the evil spirit and become the most ferocious devil in the world. If Hijishin was here by herself, then she would rather die at Tantai Rui's hands than execute such a forbidden technique. However, at this time, if she made this choice, Hijibai, Yu Chengliang, and Yu Qingyu would not be able to leave this place alive. They would all be killed by Tantai Rui.